Good morning. Fiasco by Stanislaw Lim. 1. Burnham Wood. Nice landing. The man who said this was no longer looking at the pilot in the spacesuit with the helmet under his arm and the circular control room horseshoe console in the middle. He went to the wall of the glass and looked out at the ship, a large, even though distant, cylinder charred around its jets. A blackish fluid still spilled from the jets onto the concrete. The second controller, big in the shoulders, a beret tight on his bald skull, put the tapes on rewind, and like an unblinking bird, regarded the newcomer out of the corner of his eye. He wore headphones, and in front of him was a bank of flickering monitors. "We managed," said the pilot. Pretending that he needed support to remove his heavy double-buckled gloves, he leaned slightly against the jutting edge of the console. After that landing, he was wobbly in the knees. What was it? The smaller one by the glass in a worn leather jacket with a mousy, unshaven face clapped his pockets until he found his cigarettes. "Deflection in the thrust," murmured the pilot, a little surprised by the coolness of the welcome. The man by the glass, a cigarette already in his mouth, inhaled and asked through the smoke, "But why? You don't know how?" No, the pilot wanted to reply, but he remained silent because it seemed to him that he ought to have known. The tape ended. It fluttered on the reel. The larger man got up, took off the headphones, and only now nodded to him, and said hoarsely, "I'm London, and that's Goss. Welcome to Titan. What would you like to drink? We have coffee and whiskey." The young pilot was flustered. He knew the names of these men, but had not met them before. He had assumed, for no reason, that the larger would be the Chief Goss, but it was the other way around. Getting it straight on his head, he chose coffee. "What's the cargo?" "Carborundum bits?" asked London, when all three of them were sitting at the little table that came out of the wall. The steaming coffee was in glasses that resembled laboratory beakers. Goss took a yellow pill with his coffee, sighed, coughed, blew his nose until tears came to his eyes. "And you brought radiators too, right?" he asked the pilot. The pilot, again surprised, expecting greater interest in his feat, only nodded. It was not every day that an engine stalled in the middle of a landing. He was full of words, not about fright, but about how. Instead of attempting to blow out the jets or increase the main power, he had immediately cut the auto and went on only the boosters, a trick that he had never tried outside the simulator, and that had been ages ago, so he had to collect his thoughts again. "I brought radiators too," he said finally, and was even pleased at how it sounded, the laconic type, emerging from danger. "But not to the right place," smiled the smaller man, Goss. The pilot didn't know whether or not this was a joke. "What do you mean? You received me. You called me," he corrected himself. "We had to. I don't understand. You were supposed to land at Grail." "Then why did you pull me off course?" He felt hot. The call had sounded imperative. True, while losing speed, he had caught a radio announcement from Grail about some accident, but couldn't make out much through all the static. He had been flying to Titan via Saturn, using the planet's gravity to decelerate and thus save fuel, so his ship had brushed the giant's magnetosphere until there was a crackling on all the wavelengths. Immediately afterward, he received the call from this spaceport. A navigator had to do what flight control said. And here, before he was out of his suit, they were cross-examining him. Mentally, he was still at the helm, with the straps digging into his shoulders and chest as the rocket hit the concrete with its arms spread. The booster, still firing and rumbling, made the whole hull shudder. "Where was I supposed to put down?" "Your cargo belongs to Grail," explained the smaller man, wiping his red nose. He had a cold. But we intercepted you above orbit and called you here because we need Killian, your passenger." "Killian?" the young pilot said with a surprise. "He's not on board. Besides me, there's only Cinco, the co-pilot." The others were dumbfounded. "Where is Killian?" "By now in Montreal. His wife is having a baby. He left before me on a shuttle, before I took off." "From Mars?" "Of course, from where else?" "What's all this about?" "The mess that obtains in space equals that on Earth," remarked London. He stuffed tobacco in his pipe as if he wanted to break it. He was angry, the pilot too. "You should have asked." "We were positive he was with you." "That's what the last radiogram said." Goss blew his nose again and sighed. "You can't take off now in any case," he said finally, "and Marlin couldn't wait to get the radiators. Now he'll put all the blame on me." "But they're there," the pilot indicated with his head. In the mist stood the dark, slender spindle of the ship, 6 of them, I think, and 2 in gigajoules. "They'll disperse any mist or cloud." "I can't very well put them on my back and carry them to Marlin," returned Goss, in worse and worse humor. The carelessness, the irresponsibility of the subordinate spaceport, which, as its chief admitted, had intercepted him after 3 weeks of flight without verifying that he had the passenger they expected, shocked the pilot. He did not say to them that the cargo was their problem now. Until the damage was repaired, he could do nothing. Even if he wanted to, he kept silent. "You'll stay with us, of course." With these words, London finished his coffee and rose from the aluminum chair. He was huge, like a heavyweight wrestler. He went over to the glass wall. The tightened landscape with lifeless fury of mountains and unearthly color in the rusty dimness, with clouds of bronze thick at their peaks, made a perfect background for his figure. The floor of the tower vibrated slightly. An old transformer, thought the pilot. He also got up to look at his ship. Like an ocean lighthouse, it stood vertically out of the low, rushing mist. A gust blew away the wisps, but the marks of overheating on the jets were no longer visible, perhaps because of the distance and the half-light, or else they had simply cooled. "You have gamma defect scopes here?" The ship mattered more to him than their trouble. They had brought the trouble on themselves. "We do, but I won't permit anyone to approach the rocket in an ordinary suit," replied Goss. "You think it's the pile?" the pilot blurted. "You don't?" The small chief got up and walked over. From the floor registers along the convex glass came a pleasant warmth. The temperature did jump above normal during the descent, but the Geigers were quiet. It was probably only a jet. A ceramic might have been flushed from the combustion chamber. "I had the feeling that I was losing something." "A ceramic, fine, but there was a leak," Goss said firmly. "Ceramics don't melt. That puddle?" The pilot was surprised. They stood at the double glass. Indeed, beneath the bottom fins lay a black puddle. Mist, wind-driven, intermittently swept the whole of the ship. What do you have in the pile?" "Heavy water or sodium?" asked London. He was a head taller than the pilot. Squeaking sounds came from the radio. Goss hurried over, put on a headset, and spoke quietly with someone. "It can't be from the pile," the pilot said at a loss. "I have heavy water. The solution is pure, crystal clear, but that is black as tar." "Well, then the refrigerant in the jets bled out," agreed London, "which cracked the ceramic." It was as if he were talking about fuses. He was not in the least bothered by the accident that had stuck the pilot and his ship in this hole. "Yes," said the young man, "the greatest pressure is in the funnels when breaking. If the ceramic cracks in one place, the main thrust will clean out the rest." Everything was flushed from the starboard jet. London said nothing. The pilot added hesitantly, "I might have landed a little too close." "Nonsense. It was good that you even landed straight." The pilot waited for more words bordering on praise, but London turned to him and looked him over, from the tousled fair hair to the white boots of the suit. "Tomorrow I'll send a technician with a defect scope. Did you put the pile in neutral?" he added suddenly. "No, I shut the whole thing off, as if docking." "Good." The pilot saw by now that no one was interested in the details of his struggle with the rocket right above the port. Coffee was fine, but shouldn't his hosts, who had imposed so much on him, provide a room and a bath? He longed for a hot shower. Goss kept whispering into the microphone. London stood leaning over him. The situation was unclear but full of tension. The pilot was beginning to feel that these two had something on their minds more important than his adventure, something that involved the signals from Grail. In flight, he had caught fragments about machines that hadn't made it, about the search for them. Goss turned with his chair so that the taut line to his headset pulled the phones off his ears onto his neck. "Where is this Cinco of yours?" "On board. I told him to check the reactor." London looked questioningly at the chief. The latter shook his head slightly and muttered, "Nothing." "And their copters?" "They returned. Visibility 0. You asked about the maximum load? There's nothing they can do. What does a gigajoule radiator weigh?" He turned to the pilot, who was listening. "I don't know exactly. Under 100 tons." "What are they doing?" insisted London. "What are they waiting for?" "For Killian," replied Goss and cursed. From a compartment in the wall, London took out a bottle of white horse, shook it as if debating whether it would be suitable for the situation, and placed it back on the shelf. The pilot stood, waiting. He no longer felt the heaviness of his suit. "We lost 2 men," said Goss. "They didn't reach Grail." "3, not 2," London corrected him gloomily. "A month ago," Goss went on, "we received a shipment of 2 Diglas. 6 for Grail. Grail couldn't accommodate the carrier. The spaceport was still being reconcreted, and when the first freighter set down there, the Achilles, 99,000 tons, the whole reinforced slab, guaranteed by the government, cracked. We were lucky the ship didn't fall over. It was pulled out of its hole and kept in dock for 2 days. They did some quick first aid on the concrete, put down a fireproof cover, and opened the port again, but the Diglas stayed with us. The experts decided that hauling them by rocket wouldn't pay. Besides, the captain of the Achilles was Terleone. He wasn't about to take a 99,000-ton craft a measly 180 miles from Grail to here for such peanuts. Marlin sent 2 of his best operators. Last week they took 2 machines to Grail. The machines are working there now. The day before yesterday, the same 2 men returned to Copter to take 2 more. They set out at dawn and by noon had passed the promontory. When they began to descend, we lost contact with them. A lot of time was lost because beyond the promontory, Grail itself does the guiding. We thought they weren't answering because they were in our radio shadow. Goss spoke in a calm monotone. London stood at a glass, his back to them. The pilot listened. In the same copter with the operators came Perks. He had landed his Queeper at Grail and wanted to see me. We've known each other for years. The copter was supposed to take him back in the evening. It didn't arrive because Marlin had sent out everything available in the search. Perks didn't want to wait, or he couldn't. He was supposed to take off the next day and wanted to be on hand for the clearance of the ship. Well, he pressed me to let him return to Grail using one of the Diglas. I made him give me his word that he would take the southern trail, which was longer but avoided the depression. He gave me his word and broke it. I saw him, on the Patsat, descending into the depression. The Patsat? Asked the pilot. He was pale. Sweat beaded on his brow, but he waited for the explanation. Our patrol satellite. It passes overhead every hour. It gave me a clear picture. Perks went down and disappeared. Commander Perks? Asked the pilot, his face changing. Yes, you know him? Know him, cried the pilot. I served under him, as an intern. He signed my diploma. Perks? For so many years he managed to extricate himself from the worst. He stopped. There was a pounding at his ears, so he lifted the helmet with both hands as if to hurl it at Goss. So you let him go alone, in the Digla? How could you? The man's a commander of a fleet, not a truck driver. He knew these machines when you were still in diapers, replied Goss. It was obvious that he was trying to defend himself. London, stony-faced, went to the monitors where Goss sat with the earphones around his neck. In the front of Goss's nose he knocked the ashes from his pipe into an empty aluminum drum. London examined the pipe as if not knowing what it was, and then took it in both hands. The pipe snapped. He threw away the pieces, returned to the window, and stood motionless, clenched fists held together behind his back. I couldn't refuse him. Goss turned to London, who, as if not listening, looked through the glass at the shifting skeins of red mist. Now only the prow of the rocket occasionally emerged from them. Goss, said the pilot suddenly, give me a machine. No. I have a license to operate 1,000-ton striders. There was a brief glitter in Goss's eyes, but he repeated, No, you never operated one on Titan. Saying nothing, the pilot began to take off his suit. He unscrewed the wide metal collar, unfastened the shoulder clasps, the zipper underneath, then reached deep inside and brought out a folder bent from the being carried so long under the heavy padding of the suit. Its flaps opened as if ripped. He went to Goss and placed the papers before him one by one. That's for Mercury. I'd a Bigant there, a Japanese model, 1,800 tons, and here's my license. I drilled a glacier in Antarctica with a Swedish ice strider, a cryopter. Here's a photocopy of my second place in the Greenland competition, and this is from Venus. He slapped down the photographs as if playing trumps. I was there with Hawley's expedition. That's my thermoped, and that's my colleague's. He was my alternate. Both models were prototypes, not bad, except that the air conditioning leaked. Goss looked up at him. But aren't you a pilot? I transferred, got my qualification with Commander Perks. I served on his Queefer. My first command was a tug. How old are you? 29. You were able to switch like that? If you want to, it's possible. Besides, an operator of planetary machines can master any new type in an hour. It's like going from a moped to a motorcycle. He broke off. He had another packet of pictures, but didn't produce them. He gathered the ones tossed on the console, put them in the worn leather folder, and returned them to his inside pocket. In the opened suit, a little red in the face, he stood near Goss. Across the monitors ran the same streaks of light indicating nothing. London, sitting on the handrail by the glass, watched this scene in silence. Suppose I were to give you a diglat. Let us suppose. What would you do? The pilot smiled. Drops of sweat glistened on his forehead. The fair hair bore the mark of the helmet's pads on top. I would take a radiator with me. A gigajoule from the ship's bay. The helicopters at Grail could never lift that, but for the dig, even 100 tons is nothing. I would go and have a look around. Marlin's wasting his time searching from the air. I know there's a lot of hematite there, and mist. From the copters you can't see a thing. And you'll take the machine straight to the bottom. The pilot's smile widened, showing his white teeth. Goss noticed that this kid, because it was practically a kid, only the size of the suit that added a few years, had the same eyes as Perks. A little lighter, perhaps, with the same exact wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. When he squinted, he had the look of a large cat in the sun, both innocent and crafty. He wants to enter the depression and have a look around, Goss said to London, half as a question, half ridiculing the audacity of the volunteer. London didn't blink. Goss stood, removed the earphones, went to the cartograph, and pulled down like a blind a large map of the northern hemisphere of Titan. He pointed to two thick lines that curved on a yellow-purple field, cut with contour lines. We are here. As the crow flies, it's 110 miles to Grail. By this route, the black, it's 146. We lost 4 people on it when the concrete was being poured for Grail, and ours was the only landing field. At that time, pedipulators on diesels were used, powered by hypergalls. For local conditions, the weather was perfect. 2 teams of machines reached Grail without a hitch, and then in a single day, 4 striders disappeared in the depression. In this circle, without a trace. I know, said the pilot. I learned that in school. I know the names of those people. Goss put a finger on the place where along the black trail of north the red circle had been drawn. The road was lengthened, but no one knew how far the treacherous terrain extended. Geologists were called in. It would have made just as much sense to call in dentists. They're experts on holes, too. No planet has traveling geysers, but we have them here. The blue in the north is the Mare Heinicum. We and Grail are deep inland, except that this is not land, it's a sponge. The Mare Heinicum does not flood the depression between us and Grail because the entire coastline is plateau. The geologists said that this so-called continent resembled the Baltic plate of Finno-Scandinavia. They were wrong, the pilot put in. This was beginning to sound like a lecture. He sat in his helmet down in a corner, sat back in a chair, and folded his hands like an attentive student. He did not know whether Goss intended to acquaint him with the route or scare him away from it, but the whole situation was to his liking. Of course. Beneath the rocks lies a slush of frozen hydrocarbons, an abomination discovered by the drills, a permanent ice treacherous made of polymers. The stuff doesn't melt even at 0 Celsius, and the temperature here never gets higher than 90 below. Inside the depression, there are hundreds of old calderas and extinct geysers. The experts said that these were the remnants of volcanic activity. When the geysers came back to life, we received visitors with higher degrees. Seismoacoustics discovered, far beneath the rocks, a network of caves that branched to an extent never before seen. There was a speleological research. People perished, and the insurance companies paid. Finally, the consortium, too, opened its pocketbook. Then the astronomers said, when Saturn's other moons are between Titan and the Sun, and the gravitational pull reaches its maximum, the continental plate crumples and the fire beneath the mantle expels magma. Titan still has a hot core. The magma cools before it rises from the depths and vents, but by cooling it, it heats all of Orlandia. The Mare Heinicum is like water, and the bedrock of Orlandia is like a sponge. The plugged subterranean channels soften and open, hence the geysers. The pressure reaches 1,000 atmospheres. One never knows where the darned thing will erupt next, but have you your heart set on going there? I do, replied the pilot in a studied manner. He would have liked to cross his legs, but would not in the suit. He remembered how a colleague of his once tried that and fell over, taking the stool with him. You mean Burnham Wood? He added. Am I supposed to flee now, or can we talk seriously? Goss, ignoring this, continued. The new trail cost a fortune. One had to nibble away with successive charges at that ridge of lava, the main flow from the Gorgon. Even the Mons Olympus of Mars can't compare with the Gorgon. Dynamite proved too weak. There was a guy with us, Hornstein, you may have heard of him, who proposed that instead of breaking through the ridge that they should cut steps in it, make stairs, because that would be cheaper. And the UN convention there ought to be a rule, barring idiots from going into astronautics. The Typhon Bridge, anyway, they breached with special thermonuclear bombs after digging a tunnel. Gorgon Typhon, we're lucky the Greeks have so many monsters in their mythology for us to borrow. The new trail was open a year ago. It intersects only the southernmost extension of the depression. The experts pronounced it safe. Meanwhile, the migration underground caverns is everywhere, beneath all of Orlandia, 3/4 of Africa. When Titan cooled, its orbit was highly elliptical. It approached the Roche zone, into which a multitude of smaller moons had fallen. Saturn ground them up to make its rings. So Titan cooled while boiling. Great bubbles were created in the perisaturnium of the orbit, and they froze in the aposaturnium. Then came sedimentation, glaciations, and this bubble-ridden sponge-like amorphous rock was covered and pushed underneath. It's not true that the Mare Heinicum flows only during the ascension of all the moons of Saturn. The invasions and eruptions of geysers cannot be predicted. Everyone who works here knows this, and the carriers too, including pilots like yourself. The trail costs billions, but it ought to be closed to heavy machines. All of us keep this into the sky. We're in heaven here. Look at the name of the mine, Grail. Except that heaven has turned out to be darned expensive. The whole thing could have been set up the better. The bookkeeping is a nightmare. Payments for those who die are hefty, but less money than it would take to reduce the danger. That's about all I have to say. It's possible for the men to crawl out, even if they're submerged. The tide is receding, and the armor on a Digla can take 100 atmospheres per square inch. They have oxygen for 300 hours. Merlin set out robot hovercraft and is having 2 super heavies repaired. No matter what you can accomplish, it's not worth it. It's not worth risking your neck. The Digla is one of the heaviest. You said you were finished, interrupted the pilot. I have only one question, all right? What about Killian? Goss opened his mouth, coughed, and sat down. It was for this, wasn't it, that I was supposed to bring him? Added the pilot. Goss tugged on the bottom edge of the map, which made it roll up with a flutter, then took a cigarette and said over the flame of his lighter, that's his specialty. He knew the terrain. Also, he had a contract. I can't forbid operators to do business with Grail. I can hand in my resignation, and I will. Meanwhile, I can send any hero packing. You'll give me the machine, the pilot said quietly. I can talk with Grail right now. Marlin will jump at the offer. Give me the job, and that'll be that. You'll get an official pat on the back. Marlin doesn't care whether it's Killian or me, and the instructions I've memorized. We're wasting time, Mr. Goss. Give me something to eat, please. I'd wash up, and then we can go over the details. Goss looked over at London for support, but found none in that quarter. He'll go, said the assistant. I heard about him from that speleologist who was at Grail last summer. I don't think I pronounced that right. Speleologist. Who was at Grail last summer. This one's cut from the same cloth as your perks. Still waters. Go and wash, hero. The showers are below. And come right back up, or the soup will get cold. The pilot left, giving London a grin of gratitude. On his way out, he lifted his white helmet with such energy that the tube snapped the sides of his suit. As soon as the door was closed, London began clattering pots and pans by the hot plate. What good will this do? Goss threw the question angrily at his back. You're a big help, and you're spineless. Why did you give Perks the machine? I had to. I gave my word. London turned to him, a pot in his hand. Your word? You're the kind of friend that if you give your word that you'll jump in after me, you keep it. And if you swear that you'll stand there and watch me around, you'll jump in anyway. Am I right? Who knows what's right, Goss said, defending himself half-heartedly. How will he be able to help them? Maybe he'll find tracks. He'll be taking a radiator. Stop. Let me listen to Grail. There might be some news. Dusk was still far off, although the clouds settling around the illuminated mushroom tower made everything dark. London set the table while Goss, smoking cigarette after cigarette, his earphones on, picked up the small talk between the base at Grail and the tractors that had been sent out after the copters returned. At the same time, he thought about the pilot. Hadn't the pilot changed course too readily without questions to land here? A 29-year-old captain of a ship licensed to operate long-range spacecraft had to be tough, hot-blooded, otherwise he would not have risen so quickly. Danger was a lure to plucky youth. If he, Goss, was to blame, it was for an oversight. Had he asked about Killian, he would have sent the ship on to Grail. Chief Goss, after 20 hours without sleep, was unaware that in his thoughts he had already laid the newcomer to rest. And what was the kid's name? He had forgotten it, and took this as a sign of advancing age. He touched the left monitor. In green rose the letters went, Ship. Helios General Cargo 2 Class Home Port. Cargo 2 Class. Home Port. Certus Major. Pilot. Angus Parvis. Co-pilot. Roman Cinco. Freight. Item list. Question mark, question mark, question mark. He turned off the screen. They came in wearing sweatsuits. Cinco, thin, curly-haired, greeted them with embarrassment because the pile turned out to have a leak after all. They sat down to canned soup. The thought occurred to Goss that this daredevil who would be taking the machine out had a jumbled name. He should have been not Parvis, but Parsifal, which went with Grail. Not in the mood for jokes, however, Goss kept the anagram to himself. After a short discussion on the subject of whether they were eating lunch or supper, unresolvable because of the difference in times, the ship's time, Earth time, Titan time, Cinco went down to talk with the technician about the defect scope, which was being set up for the end of the week, while the pile would be cool and the cracks in the housing could be temporarily sealed. The pilot, London, and Goss, meanwhile, viewed a diorama of Titan in an empty part of the hall. The image, created by holographic projectors, three-dimensional in color, with the roots drawn in, went from the northern pole to the tropic parallel of latitude. It could be reduced or enlarged. Parvis studied the region that separated them from the Grail. The room that it was given was small but cozy, with a bunk bed, a little desk that slanted, an armchair, a cabinet, a shower so narrow that when he soaped himself, he kept banking his elbows into the walls. He stretched out on the blanket and opened the thick handbook of Titanography he had borrowed from London. First he looked in the index for Burnham Wood, then Wood Burnham. It was not there. Science had not taken cognizance of the name. He leafed through until he came to the geysers. The author's account of them was not exactly what Goss had said. Titan solidifying more rapidly than Earth and the other inner planets, locked in its depths enormous masses of compressed gases. These gases, at the folds in Titan's crust, pressed against the bases of old volcanoes and against the subterranean rains of magma that formed a network of roots for hundreds of kilometers. At certain configurations of synclines or anticlines, they could break into the atmosphere in fountains of high-pressure volatile compounds. The mixture, chemically complex, contained carbon dioxide, which rose immediately into snow. Carried by strong winds, the snow covered the plains and mountain slopes with a thick layer. Parvis grew annoyed with the dry tone of the text. He turned out the light, got into bed, and was surprised that both the blanket and the pillow stayed in place, accustomed as he was, after nearly a month, to weightlessness, and fell asleep in an instant. Some internal impulse brought him out of unconsciousness so suddenly that he was sitting when he opened his eyes, ready to jump out of bed. Blankly, he looked around, rubbing his jaw. The jaw reminded him of his dream. Boxing. He had been in the ring against a professional, knew the blow was coming, and fell like a ton of bricks. KO'd. When he opened his eyes wide, the whole room reeled like a cockpit in a sharp turn. He woke completely. In a flash, everything returned to him. Yesterday's landing, the malfunction, the argument with Goss, and the council of the war around the diorama. The room was as cramped as a cabin in a freighter, which brought to mind Goss's parting words, that in his youth he had served on board a whaler. Shaving, Parvis reviewed his decision. If it hadn't been for the name Perks, he would have thought twice before insisting on this excursion. Under the rush of hot, thin, ice-cold water, he tried singing, but it lacked conviction. He was not himself. He felt that the thing he asked for was not merely risky, but bordered on stupidity. When the stream in his raised face, blinded, he considered for a moment the idea of backing out, but he knew that he was out of the question. Only a kid would do such a thing. He toweled himself vigorously, made for the bed, dressed, and went to look for Goss. Now he was beginning to hurry. He still had to acquaint himself with an unknown model, practice a little, recall the right movements. Goss was nowhere. At the base of the control tower there were two buildings, one in either direction connected to the tower by tunnels. The location of the spaceport was the result of an oversight or an outright mistake. According to unmanned soundings, mineral deposits were supposed to lie beneath this once volcanic valley, while actually it was an old crater whose basin had been pushed up by the seismic contractions of Titan. So straightway machines and people were thrown in, and they began to assemble the barrel-like conduit of living quarters for the mining crews. When the news came that a few hundred miles farther was an incredibly rich and easily accessible lode of uranium, the project administration at that point underwent a split. One group wanted to abandon the spaceport and start all over again in the northeast. The other group insisted on remaining, arguing that yes, beyond the depression there were surface deposits, but they were shallow and therefore would yield little. Those in favor of dismantling the first bridgehead were called by someone Seekers of the Holy Grail, and the name of Grail stuck to that area of open-cast mining. The first spaceport was not abandoned, but neither was it expanded. A weak compromise was struck, necessitated by the lack of capital. Thus, although the economists calculated X times in the long run, it would pay to close the landing field in the old crater and concentrate all the activity in a single place. Grail, the ad hoc logic of meeting the demands of the movement prevailed. Grail was unable to receive the larger ships for a long time, but then the Romden crater, named after the geologist who discovered it, did not have its own repair docks, loading derricks, up-to-date equipment, and there was the constant debate over who served whom and who got what out of the arrangement. Some of the top brass still seemed to believe that there was uranium under the crater. Some drilling was done, but the drilling went slowly because as soon as a few people and a little power were allocated there, Grail immediately expropriated them, intervening at headquarters, and once again construction halted and the machine stood idle by the darkening walls of the Romden. Parvis, like the other transporters, did not participate in these frictions and conflicts, though he had to have a passing knowledge of them that was required by the delicate position of everyone in transport. Grail still wanted, by dint of the de facto situation, to dismantle the spaceport, particularly after the expansion of its own landing field. The Romden thwarted Grail, or whether it thwarted Grail or not, it demonstrated its usefulness when the excellent concrete at Grail began to sink. Personally, Parvis was of the opinion that at the root of this chronic schism lay psychology and not money. The two local and therefore mutually antagonistic patriotisms of the Romden crater and of Grail had arisen, and everything else was a rationalization favoring of one side or the other, but this was the best left unsaid to anyone working on Titan. The passageways beneath the control tower brought to mind an abandoned subterranean city, and it was painful to see how many supplies were piled up untouched. He had landed at Romden once before as assistant navigator, but they were in such a hurry at the time that he did not even leave the ship during the unloading to supervise it. Now he looked upon the unpacked, still sealed even, containers with disgust, especially since he recognized among them the ones that he had brought them. Annoyed by the silence, he began yelling as in a forest, but only an echo boomed dully down the corridors of this storage section. He took an elevator up. He found London in the flight control room, but London had no idea where Goss was either, now that no new communiques had come in from Grail. Or maybe it's supposed to be communiques. The monitors flickered. The smell of bacon filled the air. London was making scrambled eggs and bacon fat. The shells he threw in the sink. You have eggs here? The pilot was amazed. Oh, plenty. London now spoke to him as one of the crew. There was an electronics guy with ulcers. He brought a whole chicken coop with him, watching his diet. Well, there were protests at first. People complained that he was sneaking up the place, and what would he feed the chickens with, etc. But he left a couple of hens and a rooster, and now we love them. Fresh eggs are a delicacy in these parts. Have a seat, Goss will turn up. Parvis felt hungry. Stuffing his mouth with unaesthetically large pieces of scrambled egg, he justified this to himself. In the face of what awaited him, he ought to stock up on calories. The telephone buzzed. Goss wanted to talk to him. Parvis thanked London for the feast, bolted the rest of his coffee, and took the elevator down a floor. The chief was in the corridor, already in coveralls. The hour had struck. Parvis ran to the supply room for his spacesuit. He got into it efficiently, connected the oxygen tank to the hose, but did not open the valve or put on the helmet, not sure that they would be leaving immediately. They took a different elevator for freight to the basement. There was storage there, too, piles of containers resembling artillery caissons, with oxygen cylinders jutting from them, 5 apiece like heavy-caliber shells. The storeroom was large but packed. One walked between walls of boxes pasted with labels in different languages. Here was cargo for manufacturers on every continent on Earth. The pilot waited quite a while for Goss, who went to put on his suit, and did not recognize him at first. The suit was the heavy kind the mechanic wore, smeared with grease and having a night visor drawn over the glass of the helmet. They went outside through a pressure chamber. The underside of the building hung above them, and the whole resembling a giant mushroom with a glass cap. At the top, London was already busy at the station, his silhouette against the green glow of the monitors. They went around the base of the tower, circular, windowless, like a lighthouse raised against the sea, and Goss opened wide the gate of a garage made of corrugated metal. Fluorescent lights fluttered. The garage was empty except for a lift truck by the back wall and a jeep similar to the old lunar vehicles of the Americans. An open chassis, seats with footrests, nothing but a frame, tires, and a steering wheel, and a storage battery in the rear. Goss drove it out onto the uneven rubble that covered the ground near the tower and stopped so that the pilot could get on. They moved through red-brown mist toward an indistinct low-structure blocklight with a flat roof. In the distance, behind a mountain ridge, were dull columns of illumination, like anti-aircraft searchlights. They had nothing in common, however, with such antiquated nonsense. Titan's sun on cloudy days provided little light, therefore giant mirrors were put into stationary orbit over Grail during the working of the uranium ore. Called selectors, they concentrated the sun's rays on the mining area. Their usefulness proved problematic. Saturn and its moons constituted a region of the interaction of many masses, setting up perturbations impossible to calculate. Thus, despite the efforts of the astrophysicists, the columns of light underwent deviations, often wandering as far afield as the Rumden crater. The solitary souls of Rumden took pleasure, a pleasure not merely sardonic, in these solar visitations, since, especially at night, the whole basin of the crater emerged suddenly from darkness and showed its grim, fascinating beauty. Goss taking the jeep around obstacles, cylindrical blocks that resembled misshapen vats, plunks from small volcanic fumaroles, also noticed the brightness, cold as northern lights, and muttered half to himself, "Heading our way, good. In a minute or two we'll be able to see everything like on a stage." And he added, with obvious malice, "Nice of Marlin to share with us." Purvis understood the joke, because the illumination of Rumden meant that it would be pitch black at Grail, and therefore Marlin and his dispatcher were now getting the selector maintenance crew out of bed to man the engines that would put the space mirrors back where they belonged. But the 2 columns of light came closer, and under one of them flashed an ice-covered peak on the eastern ridge. An additional benefit for the Rumdenites was the remarkable clarity of the atmosphere. Considering Titan and their crater, it allowed for them weeks at a time to admire against the starry firmament the yellow, flat-ringed disk of Saturn. Though it was at a distance 5 times greater than the moon was from the Earth, the ascending planet size always shocked novices. With the naked eye one could see many colored stripes on the surface, as well as the black dots that were now shadows cast by Saturn's nearer moons. Such views were made possible by the northern wind that drove through the gorges and the chasms with such force that it produced a fan effect. Nowhere else on Titan was it as warm as at Rumden. Whether the maintenance crew had not yet managed to regain control of their selectors, or whether because of the emergency there was no one around to do this, the beam of sunlight was already moving across the bottom of the basin. The basin became as bright as day. The jeep didn't need its headlights. The pilot saw the stained gray concrete around his helios, and beyond that, in the place where they were heading, There stood like petrified stumps of unbelievable trees, volcanic plugs that had been ejected from seismic blowholes millions of years ago and congealed. In foreshortened perspective, these looked like the colonnade of a ruined temple. Their moving shadows were pointers on a row of sundials that indicated an alien galloping time. The jeep passed this irregular palisade. It rolled lurching, its electric motor whined. The flat building still lay in darkness, but they could now see two black silhouettes looming behind it like Gothic cathedrals. The pilot appreciated their true size when he and Goss got off and approached them on foot. Such giants he had never seen before, and had never operated a Digla either, which he hadn't admitted. Put one of these machines in a fursuit, and you had King Kong. The proportions were more anthropoid than human. The legs, made of bridge trusswork, descended vertically to feet as mighty as tanks, embedded in the rubble and motionless. The tower-like thighs rose to a pelvic girdle, in which, like a flat-bottomed boat, rested the iron trunk. The hands of the upper limbs could be seen only by throwing one's head back. They hung alongside the torso like useless lower derrick cranes, with fists of steel. Both colossi were headless. What added distance he had taken for turrets turned out to be, against the sky, antennas atop the shoulders of each. Behind the first Digla, practically touching its armor plate with an arm bent at the elbow joint, as if intending to poke the thing in the side it had frozen in place, stood a second, identical. Because it was a little farther off, one could see in its chest the gleam of a glass window, the driver's cabin. "This is Castor, and this is Pollux." Goss made the introduction. He played a hand-held floodlight on the giants. The beam brought out from the semi-darkness the placed metal of the shin guards, the shields protecting the knees, and the bunk that was as smooth and black as the carcass of a whale. "Hearts, that blockhead couldn't even put them in the hangar," said Goss. He groped on his chest for a knob. His breath was fogging the glass of the helmet. He barely braked in time before that slope. The pilot understood why Hartz had packed both colossi into this gap in the rock and why he had chosen to leave them there. It was the inertia. Just like a sea-going vessel, a walking machine responded more sluggishly to the helmsman the greater its mass. He was about to ask how much a Digla weighed, but not wanting to show his ignorance, instead took the light from Goss and proceeded along foot of the giant, running the light over the steel. He found, as he expected, a nameplate riveted at eye level, maximum operating power 14,000 kW, overload limit 19,000 kW, rest mass 1,680 tons. Reactor multi-shield, tokamak with Foucault converter, hydraulic drive, main transmission, and gears by Rolls-Royce. Chassis made in Sweden. He directed the cone of light upward, along the beams and girders of the leg, but couldn't take in the entire frame at once. The light barely showed the contours of the black headless shoulders. When he returned, Goss was gone, probably to switch on the heating system of the landing field. Indeed, the pipes that ran along the ground were beginning to dispel the thin, low-flowing mist. The wandering column of sunlight moved across the basin like a slow drunkard, tearing the darkness from the blocks that were storehouses, or from the mushroom of the control tower with the green band of its own light, or it made flashes that faded instantly, touching the ice patches on more distant cliffs, as if trying to waken the dead landscape by giving it motion. Suddenly the column swerved, rushed across wide concrete, jumped the mushroom tower, the palisade of magma stumps, the hangar that hit the pilot, who raised a protecting glove and quickly craned his neck as much as possible in his helmet, taking this opportunity to see the whole Digla at once. Coated with a black anti-corrosive enamel, it gleamed above him like a two-legged battleship rearing, holding a pose for a flash camera. The timbered breastplates, the circular undercarriage of the hips, the beams and drive shafts of the thighs, the shielding on the knee joints, the ribwork of the shins, everything shone spotless, indicating that the giant had as yet done no work. Parvis experienced both joy and butterflies in the stomach. He swallowed with difficulty. As the light moved off, he walked around behind the Digla. Its foot, as he approached it, bore less and less of the resemblance to a human foot of steel. It became a caricature. And then, near the sole sunken in the dust, bore no resemblance at all. Parvis stood as if at the base of a dock derrick that nothing could budge. The armored heel could have served as the support of a hydraulic press. The ankle had cotter pins like screw propellers, and the knee, bulging halfway up the leg at the height of at least 2 stories, was like the drum of a steamroller. The hands of the giant, larger than power shovel dippers, hung motionless, frozen at attention. Though Goss had gone off somewhere, the pilot did not intend to wait. He saw the steps that jutted from the back edge of the heel, and the grip bars, so he began to ascend. The ankle was encircled by a small platform from which rose, now inside the trusswork of the calf, a vertical ladder. It was not difficult so much as strange to climb its rungs. The ladder led him to a hatch that was situated not too conveniently above the right thigh, for the reason that the original, most logical place for the builders had become the butt of endless jokes. The designers of the first Striders ignored this low humor, of course, but later they had to take it into account. It came to light that operators were reluctant to sign up for these atlases, teased by their colleagues about how one got inside them. Unbolting the hatch activated a garland of tiny lights. He took a spiral staircase to the cabin. The cabin was like a great glass barrel of section of pipe, transfixing the chest of the Digla, not in the center but on the left, as if the engineers had wanted to put a man in the place of the heart would be if the giant were living. He cast his eyes around the interior, now also lit. With considerable relief he saw that the control systems were familiar. He felt at home. Quickly removing his helmet and getting out of his suit, he turned up the heat. All he was wearing was a jersey and tights, and to move the giant he would need to strip completely. Warm air filled the cabin. At the convex front pane, he gazed into the distance. It was daybreak, and gloomy as usual. On Titan a storm always seemed to be brewing. In the dim light he observed the scattered rocks of a region far beyond the landing field. He was 8 stories up, and it was like looking from the window of an office building. He could even look down on the mushroom of the control tower. Except for the mountain peaks of the horizon, only the prow of the Helio stood above him, though the side walls of the glass also curved. He could see into the dark shafts, poorly illuminated, full of machinery that steadily sighed as if awakened from a trance or sleep. The cabin contained no control consoles, no steering wheels, no view screens. There was nothing but a piece of clothing crumpled on the floor like an empty, metallically glittering skin, and 2 mosaics of black cubes fastened to the front glass. The cubes were like blocks in a child's playpen, because their surfaces held silhouettes of tiny arms and legs, and right on the right mosaic, the left on the left. When the Colossus walked and everything in it functioned smoothly, each little picture glowed a peaceful willow green. In the event of a disturbance, the color changed to brown, if the problem was minor, and purple for emergencies. This was a segmented image of the entire machine projected onto the black mosaic. The young man, in a current of heated air, removed the rest of his clothes. He tossed the jersey in a corner and began pulling on the operator's suit. The elastic material, yielding, clung to his bare feet, his thighs, belly, shoulders. A glitter to his neck and the electronic snakeskin. He eased his hands carefully, finger by finger, inside the gloves. Then when he pulled the zipper up past his chest in a single movement, the black mosaic burst into colored lights. A glance verified that this system was the same as in the ordinary ice striders that he had handled in Antarctica, though those didn't compare with the Digla in mass. He reached to the ceiling for a strap, a kind of harness, and put it around him, buckled it tight across his chest. When the buckle clicked shut, the harness lifted him gently, resiliently, so that supported from under the arms, as in a well-padded corset, he was suspended and could move either leg freely. Checking that the arms were just as free, he felt for the main switch of the neck, found the lever, and threw it all in the way. The lights on the cubes doubled in intensity, and at the same time he heard, deep beneath him, the engines of all the limbs. They idled in neutral, making soft sucking noises because there was excess grease on the connecting rods from the rotary bearings, which had been placed at the Earth shipyard to protect against corrosion. Looking down with care so as not to hit the side of the storage building, he made his first tentative small step. In the lining of his suit were thousands of electrodes sewn in supple spirals. Pressed against the naked body, they gathered the impulses from the nerves and muscles and transmitted them to the Goliath. Just as to each of the skeletal joints of the man there was corresponded, in the machine, a magnified, hermetically sealed joint of metal, so for each group of muscles that flexed or straightened a limb. There were cannon-like cylinders in which pistons moved pushed by pumped oil, but the operator did not need to think or even know about all this. He merely moved as if walking, as if treading the ground with his feet, or as if bending his torso to pick up, with outstretched hand, a desired object. There were only two significant differences. First, that of size, since a single human football equaled a 12-meter step by the machine. It was the same with every movement. Thanks to the extraordinary precision of the relays, the machine was able, if the operator wished to demonstrate his skill, to lift a full liquor glass from a table and raise it to a height of 12 stories without spilling a drop, or crushing the crystal stem in the great tongs of its grip. But the Colossus was made to lift not little glasses or pebbles, but multi-ton pipes, beams, and boulders. With the appropriate tools put in its hands, it became a drilling rig, a bulldozer, a crane, but always a mighty union of virtually inexhaustible force with human dexterity. The giant striders were an extension of the concept of the exoskeleton, which, as an external amplifier of the human body, had been applied in many 20th century prototypes. The invention languished because on Earth no immediate practical use was found for it. What revived the idea was the exploitation of the solar system. Planetary machines rose, adapted to the globes on which they were to work, to the local tasks and conditions. In weight, the machines varied, but in inertial mass they were the same everywhere, and therein lay the second important difference between them and people. Both strength of construction material and engine power had their limits. The limits were imposed, even at a distance from all gravitational bodies, by the machine's inertial mass. One could not make sudden movements in a strider, just as one could not stop an ocean liner on a dime or spin the arm of a crane like a propeller. Trying that in a digla would break its girded limbs. To protect against any such self-destructive maneuver, therefore, the engineers had installed safety cutoffs in each of the branching drive units. The operator, however, could override any or all of these neutralizes if he found himself in dire straits. He might be able, at the cost of ruining the machine, to save his own neck, to emerge from the cave-in, for example, and if that did not save him, he had one last resort, an ultimate refuge. The vitrifax. The man was protected by the outer armor of the strider and by the inner shields of its cabin, but inside, above the operator in the shape of a bell, was the open mouth of the vitrifax. The device could freeze a man in the blink of an eye. Granted, medicine still lacked the means to restore the frozen one to life. Victims of catastrophes, preserved in cylinders of liquid nitrogen, lay waiting unchanged for the advent of a resurrection technology in the next century. This medical passing of the buck to an indefinite future seemed to many people a gruesome desertion of duty, a promise of rescue with no guarantee of its fulfillment. There was, however, more than one precedent in medicine of such extreme terminal measures. The first transplants of ape hearts in dying patients evoked similar reactions of indignation and honor. Still polling the operators themselves revealed how little hope they placed in the vitrifax apparatus. Their profession may have been brand new, but the death that lurked in it was as old as any human enterprise. Therefore, Angus Parvis, treading the ground on Titan with heavy steps, gave no thought of the black shaft above his head, or to the push-button, glowing like a ruby within its transparent little bubble case. With exaggerated caution, he moved out onto the concrete slab of the spaceport to test-walk the digla. Instantly, the old feeling came back to him that he was both incredibly light and incredibly heavy, free and constrained, swift and slow. The closest analogy might have been the sensation of a diver whose weight was lessened by the buoyancy of the water, but who found greater resistance in the medium the faster he tried to go. The first prototypes of the planetary machines, after a few hours of operation, ended up on the scrap heap, lacking motion neutralizers. The novice who took a few steps in an early strider got the impression that there was nothing to it, and thus when he went to execute a simple task, say setting a row of crossbeams on the walls of a house under construction, he would demolish the wall and bend the pipes before he knew what was happening. But a machine with neutralizers could also be treacherous for an unskilled operator. Reading numbers of maximum loads was as easy as reading a book on skiing, but no one ever mastered the slalom from a book. Parvis, well equipped with 1,000-ton craft, judged from the small acceleration of steps at first that the giant under his control had almost doubled that mass. Suspended in his glass cabin like a spider in a strange net, he immediately moderated the movements of his legs and even stopped in order to begin very slowly exercises in place. He shifted from foot to foot, bending the trunk to either side, and only then walked several times around his ship. His heart was beating more heavily than usual, but everything went without a hitch. He saw the barren basin, dark gray in the low mist, the distant rows of lights that marked the borders of the landing field, and at the base of the control tower the tiny form of Goss, a veritable ant. Parvis was surrounded by a pleasant, not insistent sound, his ears, able more and more to distinguish the different noises, recognized the background bass of the main engines, which sometimes built up to a muffled singing and sometimes grumbled to a mild reproach when the 100-ton legs thrusting forward were halted to abruptly. It's supposed to be bass up there, not bass. I just realized. I don't know why I always say it wrong. He was now able to pick up the choral call of the hydraulics, whose oil coursed through thousands of ducts and cylinders, setting up a steady beat of pistons that bent and extended each limb as the tank-clad feet walked the concrete. He could even hear the delicate whine of the gyroscopes that autonomously assisted him in maintaining balance. When he tried a sharper turn, the massive structure that he occupied proved to be not so maneuverable, and although the engines obediently roared full force, the giant began to sway but did not go out of control because Parvis instantly eased up, increasing the radius of the curve. Then he began to play with lifting the multi-ton boulders that lay beyond the edge of the concrete field. Sparks flew, and there was a shrill grating sound when the pincers grasped and bit into the stone. Before an hour went by, he felt sure of his Dikla. He had achieved again the familiar state the veterans called fusion of man and strider. The boundary between himself and the machine had disappeared. Its movements were now his movements. To complete his preparation, he climbed quite high up a debris-covered slope, and had become so proficient that he could tell from the rumble of the rocks as they began to slip from under his crushing feet exactly how much he could demand of his colossus. Already he was fond of it. It was only when he went back down to the hastily lit lines of the landing field that his satisfaction with himself got punctured by the needle reminder of the excursion before him, and the knowledge that Perks and the other two people encased in the very same giants had become trapped in the depression of Titan. Whether it was for additional practice or to say goodbye, he could not say, but he circled the ship in which he had landed, then held a conversation with Goss. The chief was now standing beside London, behind the glass of the tower. Parvis saw them, heard from them that there was still no news about the missing men. Leaving, he lifted high an iron hand. Someone might have thought the gesture melodramatic or even clownish, but he preferred it to any words. He did a steady about-face, put a holographic of the terrain to be crossed on the single ceiling-high monitor, switched on the azimuth finder and the projection of the path to Grail, and set out a 12-meter step at a time. There were two kinds of landscape characteristic of the inner planets of the sun. The purposeful and the desolate. Purpose informed every scene on Earth, the planet that produced life, because every detail there had its benefit, its teleology. True, it did not always, but billions of years' organic labor had accomplished much. Thus flowers possessed color for the purpose of attracting insects, and clouds existed for the purpose of dropping rain on pastures and forests. Every form and thing was explained by some benefit, whereas what was clearly devoid of any benefit, like the icebergs of Antarctica or the mountain chains, constituted an enclave of desolation, an exception to the rule, a wild, though possibly attractive waste. But even this was not certain, because man, undertaking the deflection of the course of rivers to irrigate areas of drought, or warming the polar regions, paid for the improvement of some territories with the abandonment of others, thereby upsetting the climatic equilibrium of the biosphere, which had been adjusted so painstakingly, though with seemingly indifference, by the efforts of natural evolution. It was not that the ocean depths served the creatures there with darkness to protect them from attack. Darkness they could light. as they needed with luminescence, but vice versa, the darkness gave rise precisely to those that were pressure-resistant and could illuminate themselves. On planets overgrown with life, it was only in the depths, in caves and grottos, that the creative power of nature could timidly express itself, a power that not harnessed to any adaptational requirement or hemmed in the struggle for survival by the competition of its own results, could create over billions of years with infinite patience, in droplets of hardening salt solutions, phantasmagoric forests of stalactites and stalagmites. But on such globes, this was a deviation from the planetary labors, a deviation locked away in vaults of rock, and therefore unable to reveal its vigor. Hence the impression that such places were not usual in nature, but rather spawning grounds for monstrosities only on the fringe of things. Infrequent exceptions to the statistical rule of chaos, in turn, on globes parched like Mars or like Mercury, immersed in a violent solar wind, the surfaces, due to that rarefied but incessant exhalation from the mother star, were lifeless wastes, since all raised forms were eroded by the fiery heat and reduced to dust that filled the crater basins. It was only in places where eternal still death reigned, where neither the sieves or the mills of natural selection were at work, shaping every creature to fit the rigors of survival, that an amazing realm opened up, of compositions of matter that did not imitate anything, that were not controlled by anything, and that went beyond the framework of the human imagination. For this reason, the fantastic landscapes of Titan were a shock to the first explorers. People equated order with life and chaos with a dreamy inanimateness. One had to stand on the other planets, on Titan, the greatest of their moons, to appreciate the full error of this dichotomy dogma. These strange formations of Titan, whether relatively safe or treacherous, were ordinary rubble heaps of chaos when viewed from a distance and a height, but they did not appear so when one set foot on soil in this moon. The intense cold of this whole sector of space, in which the sun shone but gave no heat, proved to be not a throttle but a spur to the creativity of matter. The cold indeed slowed the creativity, but in that very slowing gave it an opportunity to display its talent, providing a dimension that was indispensable to a nature untouched by life and unwarmed by the sun. Time on a scale where 1,000,000 centuries or 2,000,000 was of no significance. The raw materials here were the same chemical elements as on Earth, but on Earth they had entered the servitude, so to speak, of biological evolution, and only in that context amazed man with the subtlety of complex bondings that combined to form organisms and the interdependent hierarchies. It was therefore thought that high complexity was a property not of all matter, but only of living matter, and that chaos in the inorganic state produced nothing more than haphazard volcanic spasms, lava flows, rains of sulfurous ash. The Rumden crater had cracked once at the northeast on its large circle. Then a glacier of frozen gas crept through the gap. In the following millennia, the glacier retreated, leaving in that furrowed terrain mineral deposits, the delight and vexation of the crystallographers and other no less dumbfounded scientists. It was indeed a sight to see. The pilot, now operator of a strider, faced a sloping plain ringed by distant mountains and strewn with what, exactly? It was as if the gates of unearthly museums had been flung open, and the remains of decrepit monsters had been dumped in a cascade of bones. Or were these the aborted, insane blueprints for monsters, each one more fantastic than the last? The shattered fragments of creatures that only some accident had kept from participating in the cycles of life? He saw enormous ribs, or they could have been the skeletons of spiders whose tibiae eagerly gripped blood-speckled bulbous eggs, mandibles that clung to each other with crystal fangs, the plate-like vertebrae of spinal columns, as if spilled out in coin rolls from the bodies of prehistoric reptiles after their decay. This eerie scene was best viewed in all its wealth from the height of the Digla. The area near Rumden was called by the people there the cemetery, and in fact the landscape seemed a battlefield of ancient struggles, a burial ground that was an exuberant tangle of rotting skeletons, Parvis saw the smooth surfaces of joints that could have emerged from the carcass of some mountainous monstrosity. One could even make out on them the reddish blood-clotted places where the tendons had been attached. Nearby were draped skin coverings with bits of hair that the wind gently combed and lay in changing waves. Through the mist loomed more many-storied anthropods, gnawing through one another even in death. From faceted, mirror-like blocks thrusted antlers, also gleaming among a spill of femurs and skulls of a dirty white color. He saw this, realizing that the images that arose in his brain, the macabre associations, were only an illusion, a trick of the eyes shocked by the strangeness. If he dug methodically in his memory, he would probably remember which compounds yielded, in a billion-year chemistry, precisely these forms that stained with hematites, impersonated bloody bones, or that went beyond the modest accomplishments of terrestrial asbestos to create an iridescent fluff as of the most delicate fleece. But such sober analysis would have no effect on what the eyes saw, for the very reason that here nothing served a purpose, not ever, not to anyone, and that here no guillotine of evolution was in play, amputating from every genotype whatever did not contribute to survival. Nature, constrained neither by the life she bore nor by the death she inflicted, could achieve liberation, displaying a prodigality characteristic of herself, a limitless wastefulness, a brute magnificence that was useless, an eternal power of creation without a goal, without a need, without a meaning. This truth, gradually penetrating the observer, was more unsettling than the impression that he was witness to a cosmic mimicry of death, or that these were in fact the mortal remains of unknown beings that lay beneath the stormy horizon. So one had to turn upside down one's natural way of thinking, which was capable of going only in one direction. These shapes were similar to bones, ribs, skulls, and fangs, not because they had once served life, they never had, but only because the skeletons of terrestrial vertebrates, and their fur, and the chitinous armor of the insects, and the shells of mollusks all possessed the same architectonics, the same symmetry and grace, since nature could produce this just as well, where neither life nor life's purposefulness had ever existed or ever would. Fallen into such philosophical reverie, the young pilot gave a start, remembering how he had come here, and his vehicle, and his mission. Obediently, the iron strider magnified that waver and jerk 1,000-fold, bringing him back to reality with the howl of its drive transmission and the trembling of its entire mass. The pilot blushed. Collecting himself, he moved on. At first he was reluctant to set his feet, which landed like steam hammers on the pseudo-skeletons, but sidestepping them proved as futile as it was troublesome. Therefore he hesitated only on occasion, when his way was blocked by a particularly remarkable structure, or even then he walked around it, only if plowing through the high heap and crushing it presented any difficulty to his servant giant. Also from up close the impression that he was tramping through endless bones, smashing craniums, branched phalanges or wings, zygomatic arches that had separated from the frontals, plus various horns, dwindled to nothing. Sometimes it was as if he were walking on the remains of organic machines, hybrid beings, half animal, arisen from the union of the living and the non-living, of reason and unreason, and sometimes it was as if he were bringing his iridium boots down on weirdly spreading gems, precious and impure, partially clouded due to the interpenetrations and metamorphoses, because from his height he had to watch constantly where and at what angle he was placing the tower-like legs, and because his march of the first stage was taking more than an hour, it was necessary to go slow. He laughed at the mighty efforts made by the artists on earth to reach beyond the boundary of human imagination, which must visualize everything, at how the poor devils beat against the walls in their minds, and at how little, really, they departed from platitude, though straining to the utmost to depart, while here, in a single acre, there was more proud originality than in 100 of their anguished art shows. There being no stimulus to which a man did not soon become accustomed, before long he was marching through the cemeteries of calicites, spinels, amethysts, Plagio classes, or rather their distant non-terrestrial relatives, as if this were no ordinary rock debris underfoot. In an instant he shattered a branch that had taken millions of years to crystallize into unique, irrepeatable forkings, not wanting to, but forced to reduce it to powdered glass. Although from time to time he regretted the loss of the more splendid of these works of eons, they crowded each other so much, eclipsed each other in such extreme profusion, that finally only one thing impressed him, namely, the extent to which this region seemed to him, and not to him alone, a dream, a kingdom of phantoms, and of a beauty afflicted by madness. This was a realm, he said to himself, almost aloud, where nature slept, incarnating her magnificent grimness, her unfettered nightmares, directly somehow, without the meditation of any psyche, into the solid hardness of material forms, just as in a dream. Whatever he saw was both totally alien and extremely familiar, reminding him continually of something that in the next minute would always elude him, and he would remain with a senselessness that concealed some subtle deceit, because here things seemed definite, defined only in their ancient origins. They could never complete themselves, never achieve full realization, never decide on a conclusion, on a destiny. Thus he mused, dazed by both the surroundings and his own reflections, since he was not in the habit of philosophizing. He had the risen sun behind him now, so its shadow preceded him, and it was strange to see in the movements of that long, sharp-cornered, forward-rushing silhouette its machine nature and his own human nature combined. The shape was that of a headless robot swaying as it went, like a boat, but it had at the same time movements peculiar only to him, displaying them as if with a perverse ostentation, since they were magnified, exaggerated. True, he had noticed this before, but the nearly 2-hour march in this enchanted place somehow charged or sharpened the imagination, and it did not bother him when, turning more to the west from Rumden, he lost radio contact with the Rumdenites. He would be emerging from the radio shadow at mile 30, not that far ahead, but for now he wanted to be by himself, free of the stock questions and the reports in reply. On the horizon there were dark shapes, he could not tell whether of clouds or mountains. Angus Parvis, on his way to Grail, not once in the whole rambling sequence of his ruminations connected his name with Parsifal. It was always difficult for a man to step out of his mental identity. It was like jumping out of one's skin, let alone into mythology. His attention wandered from the immediate surroundings of his route, particularly as the scenery of counterfeit death, the anatomical theater of planetary minerals, was thinning out. He passed places that gleamed with such deception as if arranged mysteriously for his eyes alone. He passed them now with true indifference. From the moment he made his decision, he refused to think about what prompted that decision. This was not a problem for him. As an astronaut, alone for long periods, he had learned how not to argue with himself. He marched on the swaying Digla. The Colossus had to tilt from side to side, but he was well acquainted with that. The tachometer indicated about 30 miles an hour. The grisly reptilian amphibian dances of death gave way to gentle folds of rock covered with a volcanic tuff, finer and lighter than sand. Though he could accelerate, he knew that the sensations experienced at full speed were hard to take for long, and he had a march of several hours ahead of him in much more difficult terrain before he reached the depression. The flat-toothed contours on the horizon no longer looked like clouds. As he walked toward them, his shadow swept before him, misshapen. Because of the strider's great mass, the legs were only a third the length of the trunk. Pressed to increase its speed, it had to lengthen its steps, throwing each limb forward in turn with the hip. The hip could move because the circular mounting of the legs, more precisely their undercarriage, was an enormous bearing plate into which the trunk fitted. The problem was that to the lateral tilting was then added the up-and-down motion of the giant, making the landscape reel before the operator like a drunkard. Such heavy machines were not built for running. Even a jump from a height of 2 meters was unwise on Titan, a lesser spheres, and on the Earth's moon. There was more freedom of movement, but the constructors had not concerned themselves about the speed of these machines, whose walking was not to serve as a means of transportation, but rather to perform heavy tasks. The ability to cover a distance was a plus, making the industrious colossi more self-sufficient. For an hour or more, it seemed to Parvis alternately that any second he would become stuck in a chaos of rock, and that, too, the azimuth line had been drawn by a genius, because each time Parvis approached a pile of rubble, slabs of stone balanced so precariously that it looked as if the least breeze would start a thundering avalanche. At the last moment, there would always be a convenient way through, so he never needed to circle around or backtrack out of cul-de-sacs. Before long, he concluded that on Titan the best operator could be cross-eyed, since one had to watch the terrain in front of the machine from a height, and at the same time the glowing directional indicator, which quivered like the needle of an ordinary compass on a semi-transparent map. Somehow he managed, doing not badly at all, relying on his eyes and on the needle. Cut off from the world by the roar of the power units and the overall rumble of resonance in the frame, he still could see Titan through the non-reflecting glass of his compartment, no matter where he turned his head, and he did so whenever more level terrain permitted. He saw above a sea of mist mountain ridges lit by volcanoes that had been dead for centuries. Proceeding along the ragged ice, he noticed sunken deep within it the shadows of volcanic bombs and darker unidentifiable shapes, as of starfish or octopuses, set like insects in amber. Then the land changed. It was still forbidding, but in a different way. The planet had gone through a period of bombardments and eruptions, sending blind bursts of lava and basalt skyward to freeze in wild, alien immobility. He entered these volcanic defiles. The overhangs farther on were unbelievable. The non-living dynamism of these seismic congealings, inexpressible in the language of beings raised on a tamer planet, was accentuated by a gravitation no greater than that of Mars. To a man lost in this labyrinth, his striding vehicle ceased to seem a giant. It dwindled, insignificant, among the crags of lava, which once in kilometer-long cascades of fire had been transfixed by the cosmic cold. The cold cut short their flow, and before they froze, falling in the precipices, it drew them out into gigantic vertical icicles, monstrous colonnades, a sight that was one of a kind. It made of the diglet a microscopic bug that inched past towering pillars of building abandoned after construction, as careless as it was mighty, by the true giants of the planet, or a thick syrup flowing from the lip of some vessel and hardening into stalactites, as witnessed by an ant from its crack in the floor. The scale, however, was more awesome than that. It was in this wilderness, in this order-disorder so foreign to the human eye, bearing no similarity to any mountains on earth, that the cruel beauty of the place showed itself, of a waste vomited from the planet's depths and turned beneath a remote sun from fire to stone. Remote, because the sun here was no flaming disk as on moon or earth. It was a coldly glowing nail hammered into a dun sky, giving little light and even less heat. Outside it was 90 below, the temperature of an exceptionally mild summer for this year. At the mouth of the gorge, Parvis observed a glow in the sky. A glow rose higher and higher until it took up a quarter of the firmament. He did not realize at first that this was neither dawn nor the illumination of a selector, but the mother and ruler of Titan, great, ringed, yellow as honey, Saturn. A sharp lurch, the reeling of the cabin, and sudden bellow of the engines, countered more swiftly by the reflex of the gyroscopes than by his maneuver, reminded him that now was not the time for astronomical or philosophical contemplation. Humbly he returned his eyes to the ground. Curiously, it was only then that he became aware of the ludicrousness of his movements. Hanging in the harness, he trod the air like a child playing on a swing, yet felt each thunderous step. The gorge grew steep. Although he shortened his stride, the engine room filled with a howl of turbines. He found himself in deep shadow before he had time to switch on the headlights, and in the next second he was walking into a bulge of rock larger than the Digla. The tendency of his pendular-driven mass, obeying Newton's first law to continue its straight trajectory, when he forced it to turn, threw the engines into overload. All the dials, until now a peaceful green, flared purple. The turbines bellowed with despair, giving everything they had. The RPM indicator for the main gyroscope began to flash, which meant that the fuse was overheating. The cabin dipped as if the Dikla would fall any moment. Parvis broke into a cold sweat. To destroy in such an insanely stupid way the machine entrusted to him, but only the left elbow scraped the rock, with a grating sound as of a ship pushed up onto a reef. Smoke, dust, a shaft of sparks sprayed from under the steel, and the giant shaking regained its balance. The pilot pulled himself together. He was glad that in the gorge he had lost radio contact with Goss. The automatic transmitter would have put this little incident on the monitor. Emerging from the shadow, he doubled his vigilance. He still felt shame because it was an elementary thing, as old as the world. Any engineer knew from long experience without thinking that to start a locomotive by itself and to start it when it pulled a string of cars were two entirely different matters. So he advanced as if on inspection, and the Colossus was again wonderfully obedient. Through the glass he saw how a small motion of his hand instantly became a sweep of a mighty tongs-shaped paw, and when he extended a leg, a tower moved forward, its knee shield gleaming. He was now 58 miles from the spaceport. Going by the map, by the satellite photographs that he had studied the previous evening, and by the diorama, which had a scale of 1/800, he knew that the way to Grail basically was divided into three parts. The first comprised of the so-called cemetery, the volcanic gorge he had just left. The second he could now see, a gap in the massif of frozen lava made with a series of detonated thermonuclear charges. This massive, the greatest of the flows from the Orlandian volcano, could not have been dealt with in any other way, on account of the bulwark steepness of its slopes. The nuclear blasts had chewed through the formation that blocked passage, had cut it in two as a heated knife bisects a lump of butter. The pass on the cabin's diagram of Titan was circled with exclamation points, a reminder that here, under no circumstance, should one leave one's vehicle. The residual radiation from the thermonuclears was still unsafe for a man outside the armor of his strider. Between the exit and entrance to the defile lay a mile-long plain, black as if blanketed with soot. On it he could hear Goss again. Parvis said nothing about his collision with the rock. Goss told him that after the defile, at the promontory, the halfway point, Grill would take over on the radio to guide him. There also would begin the third final stretch of the trail through the depression. The black powder filling the plain between the two bulges of the formation covered the legs of the Dikla above its knees. Parvis walked through the low puffs quickly and easily toward the nearly perpendicular walls of the corridor. He reached a wall, stepping on rubble that was vitreous, smooth surfaces fractured by the solar heat of the explosions. These pieces, hard as diamonds, made sounds like gunfire when ground beneath the iridium heels of the Dikla. But the bottom of the defile was as flat as a table. He walked between the blackened walls, in the rumbling echo of steps that were his own. He had joined with the machine. It was his magnified body. Then he found himself in darkness so sudden, so thick, that he had to turn on the headlights. Their mercury glare contended in the swirl of shadows between the pillar jaws of rock with the cold, reddish, unfriendly light of the sky framed by the far gate of the defile, which became larger the closer he drew to it. Toward the end of the defile narrowed, as if it would not let his giant pass, as if he would be wedging the square shoulders in the chimney-like cleft. But this was an illusion. On either side there was clearance of several meters. Nevertheless, he slowed, because Pollux swayed more from side to side the faster it went. There was no help for this. The duck waddle when hurrying arose from the laws of dynamics, from angular momentum, and the engineers were unable to overcome it completely. For the last 300 meters he again ascended, more and more steeply, planting the feet with care, leaning forward a little from his high, suspended place to see what he was stepping on. This close examination took so much of his attention that it was only when the lights surrounding him on all sides filled the cabin that he lifted his head and saw the next altogether different, unearthly landscape. The promontory stood above a white and ruddy ocean of fleecy clouds, solitary, black, slender. It was the only thing in the sky from horizon to horizon. Parvis understood why some called it God's finger. Slowly he came to a halt, and with the magnificent scene spread out before him, tried, over the soft singing of the turbines, to catch the voice of Grail, but he heard nothing. He tried to raise Goss, but Goss did not respond either. Parvis was still in radio shadow. Then a curious thing happened. Before, radio contact with the spaceport was somehow irritating to him, unpleasant perhaps because he felt, not in Goss's words so much as in the man's voice, a concealed anxiety, a disbelief almost that Parvis would make it, and in that anxiety there was an element of pity, which Parvis couldn't stand. But now that he was truly alone, with neither a human voice nor the automatic pulse of the radio beacon from Grail to guide him in its endless white waste, he felt not relief at being free, but the uneasiness of a man who in a palace full of marvels, though he has not the least desire to leave, sees the main door before open and inviting, now closed behind him. He scolded himself for his unproductive frame of mind, akin to fear, and began to walk down to the surface of the sea of cloud, along a gradual incline, icy in places, directly toward the promontory. Black, reaching the sky, it was bent like a finger beckoning. Once, twice, the sole plate of the strider slipped, with a dull grinding sound, sending great numbers of stones rolling down, not from their ice settings, but these slips did not threaten a fall. Parvis merely changed his gait, so as to fix each step into the frozen snow crust, using the spikes of his heels, which made him proceed more slowly than before. He descended a bulging slope between two gullies, stamping with a stubborn exaggeration until arcing sprays of ice rattled on his shin guards and knee shields. He strained his eyes to see into the valley, whose bottom now appeared through the gaps in the mist, and the lower he went, the more the black finger of the promontory towered over him, rising above the distant, milky clouds. In this way he reached the level of the fluffy fog that floated evenly and slowly as over unseen water. It flowed around his thighs, his hips, one puff of cloud enwrapped him and the cabin, but vanished as if blown away. For a few moments yet the black finger loomed above the feathery whiteness, like a clump of rock jutting out of an Arctic sea, unmoved amid the foam and floes. But then it disappeared, as from the view of a diver submerging. He stopped, listened. He thought that he could hear an intermittent, thin, high tone, turning the digland now to the left, now to the right. He waited for the plaintive note, quite clear, to sound in both ears equally. This was not Grail itself, but the directional radio beacon of the promontory. He was supposed to head straight for it, and if he deviated from that path, the intermittent signal would split in two, depending on the deviation, going too far to the right in the perilous direction of the depression. He would hear in his right ear a warning squeal, and if he strayed the opposite way toward the impassable sheer walls, the signal would sound in a less urgent but nevertheless error-indicating bass in the left ear. The odometer read 100 miles. The greater, mechanically more difficult part of the trail was behind him. The more treacherous part lay before him, wrapped in depths of mist. Massive clouds now darkened overhead. The visibility was to several hundred meters. The aneroid barometer verified that the syncline through the depression began here, or more precisely, its mercifully solid rim. He walked, using his eyes as well as his ears, since the region was brightened by snow, frozen carbon dioxide, of course, and the anhydrides of other solidified gases. Sometimes an erratic boulder protruded from their whiteness, the mark of a glacier that had once come from the north, packed itself into the rift of this volcanic massif, deepened it southward with its creeping body like a plough, and put into the ground ice-great hunks of rock. Later, retreating or melting for the magma heat that came from deep within Titan, the glacier spat out and left behind a moraine, scattered into the disorderly retreat. The landscape reversed itself, as if laying out a wintry day at the bottom, and then covering it with a night of impenetrable clouds. Parvis did not even have his own shadow now for a companion. He stepped steadily, sinking into the snow at his steel boots, covered with the dust of tiny crystals, and in his wide-angle rear-view mirrors he could see his own tracks worthy of a tyrannosaur. that greatest of the biped predators of the Mesozoic. Glancing back, he checked that his trail was staying straight. For an indeterminate time, however, he had an odd feeling, an impression that grew in strength, but which he dismissed as impossible, that he was not alone in the cabin, that behind his back there was another man. The presence of the man was given away by his breathing. Finally, the illusion made him so nervous he did not doubt that it was an illusion, caused perhaps by the fatigue of listening to the same monotonous radio signal, that he held his breath. The other gave a long, unmistakable sigh. This could not be an illusion. In his astonishment, Parvis tripped, making the Colossus stagger. He righted it in a blaze of indicators and a howl of turbines, and brought it gradually to a halt. The other stopped breathing. Was it, then, after all, an echo from the machine wells of the Digla? Standing still, he cast his eye around and noticed on the endless beds of snow a black mark, an exclamation point drawn in India ink on the white horizon, though the illumination did not show whether the horizon was a bank of wind-blown drifts or a bank of clouds, even though he had never seen a strider from a mile away in such a winter setting. The conviction seized him that this was Perks. He headed for him, not caring about the increasing division of the signal in his earphones. He hurried. The black mark, moving along the same wall of white, was a figure now, and it, too, swayed in walking quickly. After about 15 minutes, its true proportions became evident. A half-mile separated them, perhaps a little more. Why didn't Parvis speak, call him on the transmitter? He didn't know why, but somehow didn't dare. Looking hard, he observed in the small glass window the heart of the Colossus, an extremely tiny man who, suspended, moved like a puppet on strings. Parvis kept after him, and both left long plumes of powder behind them, like ships in a channel pulling foaming furrows after themselves. Parvis rushed to overtake him, at the same time noting what was happening ahead of them. And something was indeed happening, because in the distance a thick white blizzard fluttered and rippled. Its curving arcs shone brighter than the snow. This was the region of the cold geysers. Parvis then called out once, twice, 3 times, but one he chased, instead of answering, increased the pace as if to flee his rescuer. So Parvis did the same, rushing with more and more swinging of the trunk and waving of the powerful arms toward the nearing peril. The speedometer pointed, quivering, at the red limit, 48 miles an hour. Parvis yelled, his voice hoarse, but the yell died on his lips, because suddenly the black figure widened, swelled, lengthened, and its contours lost their sharpness. It was not a man in a Digla that he saw now, but a large shadow, diffusing into an amorphous blotch. And then it was gone. He was alone. He had been chasing himself, not a common phenomenon, but known even on Earth. The Brocken spectre in the Alps, for example, one's own reflection, enlarged against bright clouds. Not he, it was his body, shocked by the discovery, full of bitter disappointment, its muscles tight, breathless in a rush of rage and despair. It was his body that he wanted to stop immediately, that instant. And then in the roar that burst from the bowels of the Colossus, he was pitched forward. The dials flared like severed veins spurting blood. The Digla shook like a vessel striking its hull against an underwater barrier. The trunk tilted with the momentum, and if Parvis had not supported it, had not pulled it out of its forward plunge with a series of gradually breaking steps, it definitely would have crashed to the ground. The choral protest from the abruptly overburdened units quietened. Feeling tears of disappointment and anger running down his flushed face, he stood on spread legs, panting as if he had run the last kilometers himself. He calmed down. With the soft inner lining of his glove, he dabbed the sweat that hung on his eyebrows, and saw the giant paw of the strider, magnifying this involuntary gesture, block the window of the cabin with the whole width of the forearm, and with a thud hit the radiator that was secured atop the headless shoulders. He had forgotten to disconnect the right hand from the amplifier circuit. This additional stupidity sobered him completely. He turned to retrace his steps because the tones of the directional signals were now totally out of key. He would have to return to the trail, then stay on it as long as possible, and in the event of zero visibility due to the blizzard from the geyser region, he remembered its appearance during the chase, make use of the radiator. He came to the place where the Lata Morgana, with its trick mirror of clouds and gases, had disoriented him completely, or possibly he had gone soft in the head sooner, when he suffered not the optical but the acoustical illusion, and stopped comparing the route indicated by the beacon with the terrain map in his cabin. In the place to which his own phantom had led him, not that far from the designated path, 9 miles in all, according to the odometer. There were no geysers shown on the map. Their border ran farther north, judging by the last survey made. On the basis of flight reports and the radar pictures taken via PatSat, Marlin had ordered that the route from the Rumden to Grail be changed to a roundabout southern course, so that it would run inconveniently but safely through a shallow of the depression which had never yet been inundated, though it was covered with snow from the geysers. The bed of this shallow might, at worst, become obstructed with drifts of dioxide snow, but a Dikla had sufficient power to wade through drifts 5 meters deep, and if it got stuck, it could radio and Grail would send unmanned bulldozers redirected from the mines. The problem was that no one knew exactly where the 3 sliders vanished. On the old trail abandoned after previous disasters, the depression had permitted uninterrupted radio contact, but shortwave signals didn't reach the southern syncline directly, and one couldn't use reflection since Titan possessed no ionosphere. It was necessary to employ relay satellites, but for a week now Saturn had interfered, drowning out with the tail of its stormy magnetosphere all emissions except lasers. Grail's lasers, indeed, could penetrate the cloud layers and thus reach the PatSats. The PatSats, however, not equipped with wave transformers over such wide range, were unable to convert light impulses into radio. True, they could collimate the received flashes and send them into the depression, but that would be futile. In order to penetrate the geyser storms, it would be necessary to beam with an energy that would melt the satellite mirrors. Put into orbit, when Grail was still in the setting up stage, the mirrors had undergone slow corrosion. Clouding, they absorbed too much radiant energy, not reflecting it with 99% efficiency. Into this concatenation of oversight, poorly conceived economizing measures, haste, shipping delays, and ordinary foul-ups typical of people everywhere and therefore in space as well, went one unfortunate strider after another. The solid ground of the southern shallow was supposed to have been a last resort. How solid it actually was, Parvis would soon find out. He had counted on coming across the trail of his predecessors, but quickly gave up that hope. He followed the azimuth, trusting it because the terrain rose and led him away from the blizzard. To the left he saw slopes of old magma, topped with clouds of sweat clear of snow. He traversed these with caution. He walked through a quarry, across ice-filled gullies, but the ice contained bubbles of unfrozen gas. When once or twice the iron foot broke through the ice crust and sank into an empty space, the noise of the engine ceased and his ears were filled with a rattling and snapping so loud it was like being aboard an icebreaker battering its way through polar ridges. Carefully each time he inspected the foot pulled from the hole before moving on. He labored in this way until the radio dialogue, keeping the same tone and pitch, began to stammer. The right gave a strangled whistle, and the left dropped to a bass. Parvis turned until the notes were equal. Then before him opened a wide passageway between high stacks of ice slabs, except that it wasn't ice, he knew, but congealed hydrocarbons. Down dry, coarse-grained scree he stepped, braking as much as possible to contain the pull of the 1,700-ton strider on the incline. Volcanic walls among clouds opened to a view of a valley, where instead of firm ground he saw Burnham Wood. Thousands of chasms, at least, spewed from narrow outlets, throwing into the poisonous atmosphere streams of ammonium salts. Ammonium radicals, kept in their free state by tremendous pressure of the rocks, shot up into the dark sky, boiling, and turned it into churning chaos. He knew this was not supposed to extend here. The experts said that it couldn't happen, but he was not thinking about the experts. He either had to return to Rumden at once, or stay with the guiding song, an innocent song, though as false now as the sirens of Ulysses. Dirty yellow clouds moved slowly and heavily over the whole depression, to fall into strange, sticky, ropey snow that stiffened to form Burnham Wood. The name had been given it because it traveled. It was not a wood, of course, and only from a great distance did it resemble a forest buried in snow. The furious play of chemical radicals, continually fed with new material because the different groups of geysers erupted each with its own incessant rhythm, created a crusty porcelain jungle that attained heights of 1/4 of a mile. The weak gravitation assisted its growth, so that there were tree-like formations and thickets of glassy white, laid upon each other in successive layers, until finally the bottom could no longer support the endlessly climbing mass of lacy branchings and collapsed with a slow, grating clatter, like a planetary china shop, leveled in an earthquake. Someone, in fact, had casually dubbed these cave-ins of Burnham Wood China quakes, a stunning spectacle harmless only when viewed from the safety of a helicopter. From close up, this forest of Titan looked like a transitory construction, a thing of lace and white foam, and it seemed, therefore, that not only a strider, but even a man in a spacesuit could push his way through its frozen embroidery. But it was not that easy to penetrate the hardened froth, lighter than pumice, a stuff between a snowy grease inflated as it froze, and a lace spun from the thinnest china fibers. One could make slow progress, however, because the enormous bulk was actually a solidified cloud formed of spiderweb capillaries in every shade of white, from pearly opalescent to dazzling milky. It was possible to walk into the forest, yet one never knew when the section one was in would reach the limit of its strength and crumble, burying the traveler beneath a several 100-meter layout of pulverized enamel, which was light as fluff, only in a small spray. Even before, when he had got off the track, the forest, hidden then by the dark spur of the mountainside, had indicated its presence by the white glow from that direction, as if the sun were about to rise there. The glow was exactly like the spreading brightness in the clouds of the northern seas on earth, when a ship sailing clear water approached a field of ice. Parvis headed for the forest. The impression that he was standing on a ship, or that he himself was the ship, was strengthened by the rhythmic rocking of the giant that bore him. As he descended the steep slope, he ran his eye along the horizon, a bright line in the distance. The forest, seen from above, seemed a cloud flattened on the ground, a cloud whose entire surface unaccountably swelled and crawled. He walked swaying, and the cloud before him grew like the headland of a continental glacier. Now he could make out long, twisted spits emerging from it, avalanches of snow moving in weird slow motion. When no more than a few 100 feet separated him from the snowy billows, he began to make out openings in them like the mouths of caves, with some smaller like burrow holes. They gaped dark in the gleaming tangle of fluffy limbs and antler branches made of semi-opaque off-white glass. Then a sharp brittle rubble began to crunch underneath his iron boots. The doubled radio sound continued to assure him that he was going in the right direction. So he went, hearing over the heightened drum of the engines, which increased their RPM to overcome the growing resistance, the harsh screech of the thicket broken by his knees and torso. His initial nervousness now gone, he felt not a trace of fear. He felt despair, understanding only too well that it would take a miracle for him to hit upon any one of those lost. He would sooner find a needle, not in a haystack, in a mountain of hay. There could not be any footprints in this thicket. The continually shooting geysers replenished the cloud, so that every breach and break in it grew over quickly like a healing wound. He cursed the beauty surrounding him, possibly unique in all the world, whoever had named it, from Macbeth, must have been an aesthetic soul. But Parvis and his Dicko was not interested in such associations now. The Burnham wood of Titan, for a combination of reasons known and unknown, alternately retreated and advanced within the depression, across thousands, tens of thousands of its hectares. The geysers themselves were not too dangerous, since one became aware of their presence at a distance before actually seeing the skyward spouting, vibrating columns of gases that were thickened from subterranean pressure. Their roar alone, the terrifying thunder and whistling, as if the planet itself, its labor, were howling out of pain or rage, set the foundations in motion, and with the might of a cyclone leveled all the trembling, crackling, tinkling glass thicket in the vicinity. It would take extraordinary bad luck to tumble into the vent of a geyser that was momentarily dead between eruptions, but it was easy to keep a safe distance from those that announced their activity with a constant whistle, rumble, and the quivering of the surrounding underbrush, a white quivering that signaled doom. Unexpected explosions, however, explosions not even that close, were what most often caused the gigantic cave-ins. Parvis particularly pressed his face Parvis practically pressed his face to the reinforced window and looked, as he slowly placed footstep after footstep. He saw milk-white trunks of thick streams frozen vertically, and how higher up they branched into a flickering swirl, being dense and massive only at the bottom. And above the icy jungle of the ground level there grew in successive, increasingly airy stories, skeletal, web-like structures, cocoons, nests, club moss, euglenas, gills pooled from the bodies of fish but still pulsing, because everything in a constant drizzle crept and coiled. From clumps of snow there issued thin needle shoots, which joined into ganglia, sank, flowed, and again were covered over with a freezing glutinous milk that dripped, misted from unknown heights. No word in any terrestrial language could do justice to that artistry in the white, shadowless silence, the stillness beyond which one could hear a very distant, barely awakening mutter, evidence of the underground surge forced into the vents of the geysers. Stopping to listen to tell the direction of his voice of disaster, he noticed that Burnham Wood had begun to absorb him into itself. It did not approach him like the forest in Macbeth, but came as if out of nowhere. From the air, which was completely still here, appeared microscopic flakes of snow. The snow did not fall, it formed on the dark plates of the armor, on the welds of the shoulder shields. Already his entire upper trunk was dusted with this snow, which lost its similarity to snow because it did not descend compliantly on the metal surfaces of the hull, did not collect loosely in its hollows, but adhered like white syrup, sprouted, sent out milky threads, and before Parvis realized it, he had grown snowy fur all over. Thousands of fibers, extending and catching the light, covered him and changed the hull of the Digla into an enormous white doll, an eccentric snowman. Then he made a small movement, a jerk, and frozen molds of his iron limbs and his shin guards fell away in huge pieces, but when they hit, they became piles of delicate slivers. Light from the shaky maze brought out phantasmagoric shapes and dazzled the eye, but it did not illuminate the ground. Only now did Parvis appreciate the advantage given him by the radiator. Its invisible heat melted a tunnel in the thicket, which he entered, hearing, now on the right, now on the left, echoes of streams of gas coming from the locked bed of the cloud like cannon blasts. At one point he passed the plume of a geyser not far off, jerked by furious spurts that whipped its perimeter. Suddenly the snow forest thinned out, making a kind of clearing beneath an inflated bubble dome of branches. In the center lay a black giant, showing the bottoms of 2 iron feet, together, and a torso turned on its side, resembling in perspective a ship beached. The left arm on top went between white trunks, its hand hidden in undergrowth. The right was pinned to the ground beneath the body. The iron colossus lay twisted, but not altogether conquered, because except for the rime on its limbs it was free of snow. The air wavered slightly over the bulge of the torso, heated by the warmth still inside. Parvis, transfixed before the twin Strider, could not believe his eyes, that the miracle had taken place after all. Of meeting. He was about to speak when two things simultaneously came to his attention. Under the fallen Digla was a spreading puddle of yellowish oil from broken hydraulic lines, which meant at least a partial paralysis. Moreover, the front window of the cabin, now so similar to the porthole of a ship, gaped, broken, and only strips of insulation hung from the frame. The opening, completely dark, gave off vapor, as though the giant, in its throes, had not quite parted with its last breath. The pilot's triumph, joy, thankful amazement turned to horror. He knew, even before he bent carefully, slowly over the wreck, that it was empty. His searchlight played across the interior, the wires hanging helter-skelter, the metallic skin draped over them. Unable to bend more, he peered with difficulty into the corners of the abandoned cabin, in the hope that one shipwrecked, departing in his spacesuit, had left some message, some sign, but all Purvis found was an overturned toolbox and wrenches that had spilled from it. For a while he tried to guess what had happened. The Digla could have been knocked down by a cave-in, and the operator, when his efforts to lift the machine out of the crushing rubble failed, could have disconnected the system of cutoffs, limiting the power allowable. The lines might then have burst from the excessive oil pressure. The cabin window he had not broken himself. He could have got out by the thigh exit or through the escape hatch on the back. The glass had probably shattered in the cave-in when the Strider fell. Originally lying flat, the Strider had turned on its side in its struggle against the mass that bore down on it. The poisonous atmosphere entering the cabin would have killed the man more quickly than the cold. So the cave-in had not caught him unprepared. When the vaulted thicket began to press on the machine from above, the operator, seeing that it would not stop, managed to get into his spacesuit. Thus he gave up control of the Digla, first having to remove the electronic skin. His Digla possessed no high-temperature radiator, so he did the only thing that made sense, which spoke well for him. He took tools, crawled into the engine room, and discovering that he would not be able to fix the hydraulics since too many of the pipes were cracked, and the leakage also was too great, disconnected the whole transmission from the reactor and turned the reactor up all the way. The Strider, he knew, was lost. But the heat from the nuclear pile, although it would burn through the power plant, or rather precisely for that reason, would be emitted through the red-hot hull and thereby melt the mountain of debris, which created this domed cavern, the glassy walls bearing witness to the temperature produced by the wreck. Parvis tested his reconstruction of events, holding a Geiger close to the back of the hulk. Immediately the Geiger chattered. The pile had melted under its own heat and cooled, but the outer hull remained hot and radioactive. The operator left his vehicle then through the broken window, dropped the useless tools, and went into the forest on foot. Parvis looked for prints in the spilled oil. Finding none, he circled the metal corpse, looking for openings in the wall of the gleaming cave large enough to let a man pass. There were none. Parvis could not calculate in his head how much time might have elapsed since the disaster. 2 people disappeared in the forest 3 days ago, and Perks 20 to 30 hours later. The difference in time was too small to provide any basis for determining whether the wreck belonged to one of the operators from Grail or to Perks. He stood, alive in iron over the lifeless iron, and coldly deliberated what to do next. In some recess of his melted bubble there had to be a passage used by the operator, but it had sealed over after he left. The porcelain seam should be very thin. From the Digla, Parvis would not see it. He turned off the Digla, changed as quickly as he could into his spacesuit, ran clanking down the stairs to the thigh hatch, slid down the ladder onto the foot, and jumped to the glassy ground. The melted-out cave immediately seemed much larger to him, or rather it was as if he had suddenly shrunk. He walked around it almost 600 steps. He brought his helmet near the more transparent places and tapped. Unfortunately, there were many of them. Using a hammer taken from the control room, He tapped on a hollow between the truly oak-like columns. It shattered like glass, and at the same time pieces of the dome began to rain on him. The rubble trickled. Then there was a cracking, and a real burst of hail. Small chunks, bits of glass, came down on him. He realized then that this was pointless. He would not find any trail of the man, and was in something of a tight spot himself. The breach through which he had entered this melted cave had already been closed with white icicles already like stout pillars of salt, but not earthly salt, because it grew in interwoven strands, each thicker than an arm. Nothing could be done, nor was there time to think carefully, because the dome was sinking, was now almost touching the radiator on the shoulders of the strider, as if the strider were an atlas bearing the entire weight of the upward congealed jets of the geysers. He did not remember how he got back in the cabin, which tilted slightly now, as the trunk was pushed millimeter by millimeter, or how he pulled on the electronic suit. For a moment he considered whether or not to turn on the radiator. Every action here contained unforeseeable risk. The remelted ceiling could just as easily collapse as yield. He found a little space several steps around the black wreck, which he could use to build momentum, and with full force rammed the frozen-over breach, not in shameful retreat, but to get out of this tomb of glass. And then he would see. The engine room resounded with the turbines. The drip formed. Swollen white of the wall cracked. Struck by two steel hands, the dark cracks spread star-like upward and to the sides. And simultaneously thunder roared from every direction. What happened too quickly for him to follow it. He felt a blow from above, so tremendous that the giant encompassing him gave a single bass groan, reeled, went flying through the broken breach as it threw a sheet of paper and crashed under the avalanche of chunks, shards, and dust with such violence to the ground that in spite of all the suspension shock absorbers, Parvis felt his innards driven straight into his throat. At the same time, the final stage of the collapse was uncannily slow. The debris filling up the way that he had come drew nearer, visible in the window, as if he had not fallen at all, but the snowy smooth surface, bombarded by a hail of rubble, had reared up vertically before him. From the many-storied heights the hail struck the whiteness that was wrapped in clouds of swirling dust, and then through all the girders of the hold, the howling engines, their mountings, the plates of armor, there sounded, claiming him, a final thunderclap. He lay sightless. The window had not been broken, but there was buried in a heap of debris, whose real mass he felt on himself, on the back of the Digla. The turbines howled not under him now, but behind him, idling, because at the height of the strain they had thrown themselves into neutral. Against the coal-black window, all the indicators glowed. The ones on the right slowly paled grayed went to willow green, but those on the left winked out, one after another, like cooling embers. He lay in a wreck that was paralyzed on the left side. To movements of his left arm and leg there was no response. Only the outline of the right half of the strider showed. Inhaling spasmodically, he smelled hot oil in the air. It had happened. Could he at least crawl with the half-paralyzed Digla? He tried. At first the turbines obediently sang in unison, but then the warnings again flared in purple. The cave-in had thrown him not completely forward, but port side first, and when he fell, that side took the brunt of the impact. Breathing deeply with deliberate slowness, he turned on the interior light and checked the strider's damaged interoceptor to learn the position of the limbs and trunk, disregarding the drive units. In cold outline, the picture showed immediately. The steel legs were caught together. They were crossed. The left knee joint was snapped. The left foot lay behind the right, but he could not move the right either. Projecting structures must have caught each other, and the force of the cave-in did the rest. The smell of hot hydraulic fluid, obtrusive now, irritated his nostrils, burned them. One more time he struggled, switching a whole system of oil lines to a much weaker backup circuit. In vain? Something warm and slippery was flowing softly across his feet, shins, thighs, in the white light of the fluorescent lamp above his head. As he lay on the window, he saw the oil leaking into the cabin. There was no alternative. He opened the zipper, slipped out of the electronic tights, kneeled naked to open the locker in the wall that was now the ceiling, and grunted when the spacesuit fell on him. The oxygen cylinders struck him in the chest, and the helmet, like a white sphere, rolled into a pool of oil. His clothes were soaked with the hydraulic fluid. Without hesitation, naked in the calm, artificial light, he climbed into the suit, wiped the base of the helmet because it too had oil on it, put it on, closed the fasteners, and on all fours crawled down the well, now horizontal like a tunnel, to the thigh hatch. Neither the regular door nor the emergency door could be opened. It is not known how long he sat afterward in the cabin before he removed his helmet and, lying down on this oil-smeared window, raised a hand to the tiny red light to break the plastic bubble case and push with all his strength into the unknown future, pressing the recessed button of the vitrifax. Nor can it be known what he thought and what he felt, preparing himself for an icy death. 2. The Council. Oops. I feel like I should take a small break here just to drink some water and maybe eat something. So I'll come back. Also, yeah, I'll come back. I'll resume the book, don't worry. Just got some beet salad. A different shirt. There we go. The council. Dr. Gerbert sat at a wide-open window, stretched out comfortably with a fluffy blanket tucked around his legs. He was looking through a folio-bound packet of tissue-culture photographs. Though it was bright outside, the room was dim. The smoke-black ceiling with crossed, thick, rosin-saturated beams contributed to the dimness. The floor was parquetted with squares of wood, and the walls were made of rough-hewn logs. Through the windows one could see the forested slope of the Cloud Hunter. Farther on, the massif that was Karatalk, and the sheer cliff of the highest of all the peaks, which resembled a buffalo with a broken horn. The formation that the Indians had called for centuries the Heavenstone. Above the valley, which was gray with boulders, rose vast mountainsides gleaming with ice in the shadows. Through the northern pass showed the azure of the plains. In that tremendous distance, the sky contained thin wisps of smoke, the sign of an active volcano. Dr. Gerbert compared the different plates, and on some of them made marks with a ballpoint pen. Not the slightest sound reached him. The candle flames stood motionless in the cold air. Their light grotesquely lengthened the contours of the furniture that was carved in the ancient Indian fashion. The large armchair in the shape of a human jaw threw its macabre shadow across the ceiling, toothed arms ending in curved canines. Over the fireplace grinned eyeless masks made of wood, and the little table near Dr. Gerbert stood upon a coiled snake whose head rested on the carpet, eye sockets glittering. Semi-precious stones shone red in them. There was the sound of a distant bell. Dr. Gerbert put aside the films that he was studying and got up. The room changed in the blink of an eye. It became a large dining room. The table in the center was not covered by a cloth. The silver and the jasper green of the dishes gleamed on black planks. Through the open door rolled a wheelchair. In it sat a corpulent man with a fleshy face and a nose so small it was practically lost between his cheeks. He wore a leather tunic. He nodded amiably at Dr. Gerbert, who took a seat at the table. At the same time, a woman entered, thin as a rail. She had black hair and a strip of gray down the middle. Opposite Dr. Gerbert appeared a heavy, short gentleman with an apoplectic face. When the servant in cherry-red livery had served the first course, a gray man with a cleft chin entered like someone late, stopping at the massive stone fireplace between the sideboards. He warmed his hands over the fire before taking a seat in the place indicated by the host in the wheelchair. "Your brother isn't back yet from his trip?" asked the gaunt woman. "No doubt he's sitting in on the tooth of Mazumak and looking in our direction," replied the host, who had moved into the gap left for him between the chairs. He ate quickly with appetite. Aside from this exchange, the dinner passed in silence. When the servant had filled the last mugs of coffee, whose aroma mingled with the sweetish smoke of the cigars, the gaunt woman again spoke. "Mr. Van Teneda, you must continue for us today the story about the Eye of Mazumak." "Yes, yes," everyone urged. Mondian Van Teneda complacently folded his fingers on his large belly. Then he shot a look around the table as if closing the circle of his listeners. A dying log crackled in the fireplace. Someone put down his fork, a spoon clattered, and everything was still. But where did I leave off? Don Esteban and Don Guillermo, learning the legend of the Cratapulc, departed for the mountains to reach the valley of the 7 Red Lakes. All throughout their journey, Mr. Vantanetta began, making himself comfortable in his wheelchair. The 2 Spaniards met no man or beast. Only now and then they heard the cries of coasting eagles, and occasionally a vulture flew overhead. After much exertion, they gained the ridge of the Dead Hand. They saw them before them, a high arete, like the back of a rearing horse, the misshapen head hanging into space, the crest, sharp like a horse's neck, was covered with mist. Then Don Esteban remembered the peculiar words of the old Indian from the lowlands. Beware the mane of the black stallion. The 2 debated whether or not to push on. Don Guillermo, as you'll recall, had a sketch of the mountain chain tattooed on his forearm. Their supplies had run out, though they had traveled only 6 days. They ate what remained of the salted dried rope meat, and quenched their thirst at the spring that bubbled beneath the severed head. But they could not get their bearings in this region. The tattooed map was incomplete. Towards sunset, the mist began to rise like a swelling sea. They proceeded up, ascending the back of the horse, but although they hurried until the blood rang in their ears and they were fighting for breath like expiring animals, the mist moved more quickly and caught them on the very neck of the horse. In the place where its white shroud enveloped them, the ridge had narrowed to no wider than the handle of a machete. Thus unable to walk, they sat astride the ridge exactly as upon a horse, surrounded on all sides by the impenetrable damp light. They continued forward until darkness fell. When they had no more strength, the ridge came to an end. They did not know whether this was the sheer drop of precipice, or the way down to the valley of the 7 Red Lakes, of which the old Indian had told them. So they sat the entire night, supporting each other by leaning back to back, warming themselves with their own body heat, and resisting the night wind that whistled across the ridge like a knife whetted on a stone. If they dozed off, they might fall into the abyss, so they did not close their eyes for 7 hours. Then the sun rose and dispersed the vapors. They saw that the rock beneath their feet fell away, as perpendicular as if they had been sitting atop a wall. Before them gaped an 8-foot breach. The mists tore into shreds against the neck of the horse. They recognized them in the distance, the dark head of the Mazumak, and saw columns of red smoke mingled with white clouds gushing upward. Bloodying their hands, they scrambled down a narrow ravine and reached the topmost pothole of the valley of the 7 Red Lakes. Here, however, Don Guillermo's strength completely failed him. Don Esteban went first onto the ledge that hung over the abyss and led his comrade by the hand. They proceeded until they came upon a pile of stones where they could rest. The sun was high, and the head of Mazumak began to spit bits of rock at them, chips from the overhangs, so they fled down. When the horse's head above them had grown as small as a child's fist, they saw the first red spring in a cloud of ready foam. Then Don Esteban took from his breast pocket a bundle of thongs tanned the color of acanthus wood, the fringes of which, painted red, were twisted into numerous knots. They ran his finger over these, reading the Indian writing, until finally he guessed the correct way. Before them opened the Valley of Silence. They crossed it on enormous boulders. The crevices between the boulders were bottomless. "Are we near?" asked Don Guillermo in a whisper, for his throat was parched. Don Esteban made a sign for silence. At one point Don Guillermo stumbled and kicked a small stone, which set others in motion. In response to this sound, the vertical walls of the Valley of Silence began to smoke. A silver cloud covered them, and 1,000 clubs of limestone hurtled down. Don Esteban, who just then was passing beneath an arched structure, pulled a sprint into the shelter as the crushing avalanche reached them and rushed past like a storm. In a minute all was silent again. Don Guillermo's head was bleeding from a flying chip of rock. His comrade took off his shirt, tore it into strips, and bound the wound. At last, when the valley became so narrow that the sky above them was no wider than a river, they saw a stream that flowed over the rocks without the least sound. Its water, bright and polished diamond, fell into an underground channel. Now they had to wade knee-deep into the swift, icy current. It undercut their legs with cruel force. Soon, however, the water turned to the side, and they stood on dry yellow sand in front of a cavern with many windows. Don Guillermo bent over weak and noticed how curiously the sand gleamed. The handful that he raised to his eyes was uncommonly heavy. He brought it to his mouth and chewed the stuff that was filled in his palm. He realized that it was gold. Don Esteban remembered the words of the Indian and looked about the grotto. In one corner blazed an upright, frozen, completely motionless flame. This was a block of crystal polished by the water, and above it was an opening in the rock. The sky shone through. He approached the translucent block and looked into its depths. In shape, it resembled a huge coffin driven into the ground. At first he saw within it only millions of glimmering lights, a bewildering swirl of silver. Then it seemed that everything around him grew dark, and he beheld great sheets of birch bark parting. When these vanished, he saw that at the very center of the block of ice someone was watching him. It was a copper face full of sharp wrinkles, the eyes narrow like blades. The more it watched, the more evil grew its smile. Cursing, he struck the rock with his dagger, but the point glanced off harmlessly. At the same time, the copper face and its twisted smile disappeared because Don Guillermo seemed feverish. His comrade kept the secret of the vision to himself. They moved on. The grotto spread into a network of corridors. They took the widest after lighting the torches they had brought. At one point, a side corridor opened like a black well in the gallery floor. Air, hot as fire, blew from it. They had to jump across. Farther on, the passageway constricted its throat. For a while they went on all fours, then came to a place so narrow that they had to crawl. Then suddenly the passage widened. They could kneel. When the last torch burned low, the ground began to grate underfoot. By the torch's small remaining light, they saw that they knelt on gravel made of pure gold. Still they were not satisfied, having found the mouth of Mazumak and its eye. They wished to see also its gut. Suddenly Don Esteban whispered to his comrade that he saw something. Don Guillermo peered over Don Esteban's shoulder in vain. "What do you see?" he asked. The end of the smoldering brand was already burning Don Esteban's fingers. He stood. The walls were gone. There was only great darkness, in which the torchlight made a reddish grotto. Don Guillermo saw his friend step forward, and the flame wavered, casting enormous shadows. Then from the darkness came a giant spectral face suspended in the air, its eyes directed downward. Don Esteban cried out. It was a terrible cry, but Don Guillermo understood the words. His comrade invoked Jesus and his mother, and the men like Don Esteban used such words only when face to face with death, and the scream resounded. Don Guillermo covered his face with his hands, then there was thunder. Fire engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. Mondi and Vantanetta leaned back and gazed silently at his guests. He was dark against the background of the window. The sky, cut by the saw-toothed silhouette of the mountains, turned purple in the gathering dusk. In the Iroqueta, upstream, Indians hunting stags fished out a white man who had around his shoulders an air-filled buffalo skin. The back was cut open and the ribs broken and spread out like wings. The Indians, fearing the troop of the Cortes, tried to burn the body, but the cavalry of the Ponteran, called the One-Eyed, chanced to stop at their settlement. The corpse was taken to the camp, and Don Guillermo was recognized. Don Esteban never returned. But then how is this whole story known? The voice was discordant, jarring. The servant entered with a candelabrum. The light of its flickering flames revealed the face of the questioner, lemon-colored, with bloodless lips. Mr. Vantanetta smiled politely. "I gave you at the beginning the tale of the old Indian. He said that Mazumak saw everything with his eye. The Indian expressed himself somewhat mythologically, perhaps, but in essence he was right. This was the beginning of the 16th century, and few Europeans knew about the possibility of amplifying the power of sight through lenses. 2 giant mountain crystals, whether created by the forces of nature or fashioned by the hand of man, it is not known, were situated in the head of Mazumak and in the grotto of the gut in such a way that looking into one of them one saw everything near the other. An unusual periscope made by 2 shining prisms, separated by a distance of 30 kilometers. The Indian who stood at the summit of the head saw both trespassers sacrilegiously enter the gut of Mazumak, and possibly he not only saw but was able to effect their destruction. Mr. Vantanetta made a quick movement with his hand. On the table, into the circle of orange light, fell a bundle of thongs bed into a thick knot at one end. The faded hide was marked with deep incisions. The only thing rustled as it fell. It was so old and dry. So there was someone, concluded Mr. Vantanetta, who observed the expedition and left an account of it. Then you know the way to the Cave of Gold? Mr. Vantanetta's smile grew more and more wooden, as if along with the vanishing peaks in the window it was receding to a silent, icy mountain night. This house stands at the very entrance to the mouth of Mount Mazumek. When a word was spoken into the mouth, the Valley of Silence repeated it with mighty thunder. It was a natural stone loudspeaker, 1,000 times more powerful than an electric one. How? Ages ago, lightning struck a flat, smooth slab and melted into a mass of quartz. The Valley of Silence is the same valley that our windows overlook. Don Esteban and Don Guillermo came from the direction of the Gate of Winds, but the red springs have long since dried up, and the voice will not bring down stones. Apparently the valley was a resonator, and certain frequencies of the sound loosened the limestone's pinnacles. The cave was closed by an earth trimmer. There was a hanging rock there, which, like a wedge, held apart two walls of stone. The trimmer knocked it from its place, and the walls closed forever. As to what occurred afterward, when Spaniards attempted to force their way through the pass, and who set off the avalanche of stones on the column of Cortez's foot soldiers, we do not know, and I do not think that we ever will. But my dear Mr. Vantanetta, walls of rock can be blown up, penetrated with machines, and water can be pumped out of caves, no? Said the squat gentleman at the end of the table. He lit a thin cigar with a straw. You think so? Mr. Vantanetta did not hide his irony. There is no force that can open the mouth of Mazumak if he does not wish it, he said, pushing himself suddenly away from the table. A gust extinguished 2 candles. The others burned with a blue flame. The flakes of ash fluttered above them like small moths. He thrust his hairy hand before their faces, grabbed the bundle of thongs from the table, and spun his wheelchair around with such force that the rubber of the tires squealed. The guests rose and began to leave. Dr. Gerbert sat bemused, staring at the dancing flame of a candle. From the open window came an ice-cold current of air. He shuddered, chilled, and turned to look at the servant, who was carrying in and setting down an armful of heavy logs in front of the burnt blue grate of fireplace. Skillfully, the servant scattered the embers and was building over them an ingenious roof of firewood. When someone opened another door and touched the wall, the whole interior again was transformed in an instant. The fireplace of rough stones, the servant at the hearth, the chairs with sculptured armrests, the candlesticks, candles, windows, and the mountain night beyond them all vanished into an even diffused light. The wide table with the place settings also vanished, and in a white small room under an oval, concave, smooth ceiling, only Dr. Gerbert remained. In a single chair, before a square surface that held his plate and a half-eaten joint of meat. This was all that survived of the table. Amusing yourself, now, with all cock and bull stories? Asked the newcomer, who, switching off the scene with some difficulty, removed the inflated, transparent wrap that covered his fluffy jumpsuit buttoned to the neck. Finally, he tore the wrap with difficulty, pulled it down off his boots that shone like metal, and threw it away crumpled, and ran a thumb down his chest, at which the suit opened wide. He was younger than Gerbert, shorter, his bare neck muscular above the collarless shirt. It's only one. We agreed to meet at 2, and the histology I know by heart. Dr. Gerbert lifted the packet, as if a little embarrassed. The other man unfastened the thick tops of his boots, shuffled over to the metal molding strip that ran along the wall, and rapidly, as if dealing cards, summoned up in sequence the holographic images of the dinner party running backward, of a plain with a group of steep limestone pinnacles, white in the moonlight, like the ghastly skeleton of a bat, of a sunny jungle with the colorful fluttering of butterflies among the lianas, and finally of sandy waste with high termite mounds. Each scene appeared on all sides at once, surrounded them, and disappeared, shifting into the next. Gerbert waited patiently for his colleague to tire of this inspection. Amid the flickering play of light and color, with the folder of tissue culture photographs in hand, he was now far in his thoughts from the snow, which he had used perhaps to take his mind off what troubled him. Has any change taken place? He asked at last. His younger colleague returned the room to its original austerity, and grown serious muttered, not that distinctly, "No, nothing's different. It's just that Arago asked me if we would drop in on him before the council." Gerbert winced, as at an unpleasant surprise. "And what did you say? That we'd come? Why are you making a face? You don't like paying him a visit?" "I'm not thrilled. You couldn't refuse, that's clear. But even without adding theology to this, we have a heck of a problem on our hands." "What does he want from us? Did he say anything?" "Nothing. The man's decent and wise, too, and discreet. Discreetly, he'll tell us that we're cannibals." "Nonsense. It's not as if we're on trial. We took them on board to revive them. He knows that. And about the blood, too?" "I have no idea." "What's so awful about the blood? They've been doing transfusions for hundreds of years. In his eyes, it won't be a transfusion, but a profanation of mortal remains, at the very least. Body snatching. Bodies that nothing can help now. Transplanting, too, is as old as the hills, the religions. I'm no expert on the subject, but in any case, his church hasn't opposed it. Why these sudden pangs of conscience before a priest? A monk. The commander agrees, and the majority, if not everyone. Arago doesn't even have a vote. He's with us as some kind of Vatican observer or apostolic delegate, a passenger spectator. Fine, Victor, but the slides were a nasty surprise. We shouldn't have taken the bodies on board the Eurydice. I was against it. Why weren't they shipped to Earth? You know why. It worked out that way. Besides, as I pointed out, if anyone had a right to our voyage, they did. A lot of good it will do them, since at best we can restore only one at the cost of the others. Victor Davis regarded Gerbert with large eyes. "What's eating you? Is this our fault? The conditions on Titan wouldn't allow diagnoses. True or false? Well, speak. I'd like to know just who I'm going to that Dominican with. Have you returned to the faith of your forefathers?" "A thing we have to do. What we have to request. You see something evil? A sin?" Dr. Gerbert, calm until now, fought down a burst of anger. "You know perfectly well that I will request the same thing as you and the head physician. You know my views. Resurrection is no evil. The evil lies in the fact that of the 2 men fit for reanimation, we can bring only one back to life, and that no one will make the choice for us. But we are wasting time. Let's go. I want to get this over with. I have to change. Will you wait?" "No, I'll go myself. Come when you're ready. Which deck?" "The 3rd, in the middle section. I'll be there in 5 minutes." They left together but got into different elevators. Gerbert touched the appropriate numbers and sped off in an oval silver interior. When the egg-shaped vehicle came to a gentle stop, the curved wall opened in a spiral like a camera iris. Facing him, in light that had no source, ran rows of concave doors with high thresholds, as on an old-fashioned ship. He found the door with the number 84 and a small nameplate, R.P. Arago, D.A. While he was wondering stupidly what the D.A. stood for, Dr. Angelicus, district attorney, the door parted. He entered a spacious cabin lined on all sides with glass-covered shelves of books. On 2 opposite walls were paintings in bright frames reaching from ceiling to floor. On the right was Cranach's Tree of Knowledge with Adam, the Snake, and Eve. On the left, The Temptation of St. Anthony by Bosch. Before he got a good look at the monsters floating in the sky of The Temptation, Cranach was sucked in behind a bookcase, leaving an opening in which Arago appeared, in a white frock. Before the painting returned to its place as a door behind the Dominican, the physician got a glimpse of a black cross on a field of white. They greeted each other with a handshake and sat down at a low table piled chaotically with papers, graphs, and a multitude of open volumes that had colored ribbon bookmarks. Arago's face was lean, dusky, with gray, piercing eyes beneath brows that were almost white. The frock seemed too big for him. With the sinewy hands of a pianist, he held an ordinary wooden yardstick. Gerbert found himself running his eyes over the backs of old books. He did not want to be the first to speak. The questions that he expected did not come. "Dr. Gerbert, I am not your equal in knowledge. I can, however, converse with you in the language of Aesculapius. I was a psychiatrist before I chose this garb. The head physician made accessible to me the data concerning the procedure. It speaks for itself." Due to the incompatibility of the blood groups of the tissues, two people are at stake, but only one can be awakened. Not awakened, Gerbert said, almost against his will, because the monk had avoided the more direct words, resurrected from the dead. The Dominican caught this at once. Distinctions important to me, of course, you cannot take into account. Any dispute on eschatology would be pointless. Someone like me in my position would say that true death means disintegration when irreversible changes have taken place in the body, and that we have 7 such on the ship. I know that their remains must be disturbed and understand the necessity, though I am not permitted to sanction it. From you, doctor, and from your friend, who will be here any moment, I would like an answer to one question only. You can refuse, of course. Go ahead, said Gerbert, feeling a shiver. You must have guessed it concerns the criteria for the selection. Davis will say the same thing. We possess no objective criteria, and you, having seen the data, know this, Father Arago. I do. The calculation of the chances is beyond human ability. The medicums performing their X billion operations give 2 out of the 9 men a 99% chance for the deviation within the bounds of theoretical error for either alternative. There are no objective criteria, and for that very reason I take the liberty of asking you what yours will be. There are 2 matters before us, replied Gerbert with a kind of relief. As physicians, along with the head physician, we will be asking the commander for certain navigational changes. May we assume, Father, that in this you will be on our side? I cannot participate in the voting. True, but a position taken by you may have influence on what the council decides. But it is already decided. I cannot imagine that there would be any opposition. The majority has declared itself pro. The commander has the resolution in hand, and I would be surprised if the doctors did not know what it was. We are asking for more changes than we first agreed upon. 99% is not enough for us. Even the 10th decimal place is important. The energy cost, along with the delay in the expedition, will be enormous. This is news to me. And the second matter, the selection of the corpse. We are at a complete loss as to identities, since gross negligence, to which the radio technicians have given the more elegant designation of communication channel overload, has made it impossible for us to determine the names, functions, or histories of these people. In reality, something more than negligence was going on. When we took these containers on board, we were not aware that the memory not only of the old units of that mine, Grail, but of the digital machines at Romden, too, had suffered considerable destruction in the course of the dismantling operations. The persons responsible for the fate of those that our commander, with our consent, took on board said that the facts could be obtained from Earth. But it is not known who gave the orders for information storage, or when, or to whom. It's evident that everyone, so to speak, washed his hands. That happens whenever the jurisdictions of people overlap, which is no justification. The monk stopped, looked Gerbert in the eye, and said softly, You are opposed to having the victims on the ship? Gerbert nodded reluctantly. In the excitement before takeoff, no single voice, let alone that of a doctor, not an expert astronaut, could carry any weight. If I was opposed and entertained certain fears, I am not any easier in my mind now. But then what do you intend to go by? A flip of a coin? Gerbert stiffened. The choice will not depend on anyone but us. After the council, if our requests are met in the purely technological area of navigation, we will conduct a new autopsy and go through the entire contents of the vitrifacts down to the last hair. What influence on your choice of the one to be reanimated could his identification have? Probably none. It would not be in any case a quality, a factor of any significance in the domain of medicine. These people, the monk weighed in his words carefully, speaking slowly as if venturing out on thinner and thinner ice, perished in tragic circumstances. Some while It's weird, but somehow it's like the tea is oily. Venturing out on thinner and thinner ice, perished in tragic circumstances, some while performing their ordinary duties as employees of the mines there, or of the companies, others when attempting to rescue the former. Would you accept such a distinction if it could be discovered? As a criterion? No. The answer was immediate and categorical. The wall of books facing them parted and Davis entered with an apology for being late. The monk rose, so did Gerbert. I have learned everything that it was to be possible. I have learned everything that it was possible to learn, said Arago. He stood taller than both physicians. Behind his back Eve turned to Adam, and the serpent crawled up the tree of Eden. I thank you, gentlemen. I have confirmed what I should have known anyway. Our fields touch. We do not pass judgment on a man according to his virtues and vices, just as you do not consider these when you save his life. I won't detain you. It's time now. See you at the council. They left. In a few words, Gerbert gave to Davis the gist of his conversation with the apostolic observer. At a perfectly circular intersection of corridors, they got into an egg-shaped, dull silver vehicle. The appropriate well opened up and swallowed the wheelless car with a long sigh. In the circular windows, lights from the passing decks flashed by. Sitting opposite each other, they said nothing. Both, without knowing why, were offended by the statement with which the monk had summed up their meeting. The feeling, however, was too undefined to merit examination in the face of what awaited them. The conference hall was located in the 5th section of the Eurydice. The ship, seen in flight from a distance, resembled a long white grub with spherically bulging segments, and it was winged grub, since flat fins protruded from its sides, ending in the hulls of the hydroturbines. The head of the Eurydice, flattened out, was encircled by a multitude of antennae spines, like feelers or stingers. The spherical sections, joined by short cylinders having a diameter of 30 meters, were also locked together and reinforced by a double inner needle. Whenever the cosmic vessel accelerated, went full speed, or braked, the engines, called hydroturbines, were actually thermonuclear reactors of the flow stream type, and a hydrogen and high vacuum served as their fuel. This drive proved even better than the photon drive. The performance of nuclear fuels at near light speeds fell because the lion's share of the kinetic energy was expanded in the propelling flame that beat uselessly into space, and only a small fraction of the liberated power was transmitted to the rocket. A photon drive also required the ship to be loaded with millions of tons of matter and antimatter as its annihilative fuel. The flow stream engines, on the other hand, used interstellar hydrogen. Hydrogen atoms, though ubiquitous, were so dispersed in galactic space that the engines of this type began to work effectively only at speeds above 30,000 kilometers a second, and reached full capacity only when approaching the speed of light. A ship with such a drive could therefore neither take off from planet itself, being too massive, nor by itself achieve the velocity at which the atoms falling into the intakes of the reactors condensed sufficiently for ignition. The gaping intake funnels then hurtled forward so that even the greatest cosmic vacuum thus rammed packed enough hydrogen into their throats to kindle artificial spouts of sun in the firing chambers. The efficiency factor increased, and the ship, not laden with its own supply of fuel, could contain a constant acceleration. After less than a year of acceleration corresponding to Earth's gravity, the ship attained nearly 99% of the speed of light, and while minutes went by on board, decades passed on Earth. The Eurydice had been built in orbit around Titan, for Titan was to serve as her starting platform. Many trillions of tons of the mass of that moon were converted by conventional thermonuclear piles into energy for the transformers, and they in turn as laser throwers sent columns of coherent light to the gigantic stern of the Eurydice, like packing gunpowder into the bottom of a cannon beneath an artillery shell. The moon first had to be stripped by astroengineering of its thick atmosphere. Radiochemical plants and hydronuclear power stations were built on the plateau of the equatorial continent. After all the mountains were melted down by combined heat blasts from disposable satellites, their salvos turned the great formations into lava, and cryoballistic bombs hastened the freezing to make the red-hot flowing sea a hard, smooth plain, the artificial mare Herculaneum. On the 12,000 square miles of that plain grew a forest of laser throwers, the true Hercules of the expedition. At the critical hour it fired to push the Eurydice from her stationary orbit. A long column of coherent light drove the ship, hitting the mirrors at her stern beyond the solar system. As the driving beam weakened, the ship increasingly restored to her own boosters, jettisoning their burnt-out casings beyond Pluto. It was only then that the wide gaping hydros came into play. Because they would be running throughout the journey, the ship accelerated steadily, maintaining on board a pull equal to Earth's gravitation. The pull acted only along the ship's longitudinal axis. For this reason, each spherical section of the Eurydice was a separate unit. Her decks went transversely in the hull from side to side. Up meant toward the bow, and down was astern. When the whole vessel braked or changed course, the vector of the force diverged from the axis of the individual sections. Therefore, to avoid having ceilings turn into walls and decks become upended, each segment of the hull contained within itself a sphere capable of rotating inside the armored shell, much like a ball and socket joint. The gyrostats saw to it that on the decks of each sphere of the hull there were 8 in all for living quarters. The force of the thrust would always come vertically, although during maneuvers of this type the decks of the separate spheres diverged from the main axis of the ship's keel. One could still pass from section to section. There was a tunnel system of additional locks called worms. It was only in these flexible tunnels that one experienced a change or lack of gravity, since the elevator ran through the cylinders between the sections. At the time of this general council, the first after takeoff, the Eurydice had almost a year of continuous acceleration before her, thus there was nothing to interfere with her steady thrust. The 5th section, called the Parliament, served for the meetings of the entire crew. Beneath the curved ceiling lay an amphitheater. Not too high, a room surrounded by 4 tiers of seats that were divided at regular intervals by ramps. By the only flat wall was a long table, actually a line of connected consoles with screens. Behind this, facing the assembly, sat the navigators and their subordinate specialists. The uniqueness of the expedition called for the unusual makeup of the command. Ter Horab was in charge of flight, the coordinator Yusupov power, the radiophysicist DeWitt communications, and at the head of the corps of scientists, both of those needed in the journey itself and those who would be going into action only at its destination, stood the polystorian Jenkins. When Gerber and Davis entered the upper gallery, the deliberations had already begun. Ter Horab was reading aloud the requests of the physicians. No one turned to look at the latecomers. Only the head physician, Varadian, seated between the commander and the coordinator, indicated his reproof with a knitted brow. But they had not missed much. In the silence, the impassive voice of Ter Horab came from all sides. They are asking for a reduction in the thrust to 1/10. They consider this necessary for the reanimation of the remains that are in cold storage. It means throttling the drive down to the lower limit. I can do this. But then the whole flight program, with all its prepared computations, will be cancelled. It is possible to make a new program. The old one was the product of 5 independent groups, and the project on Earth to rule out the possibility of errors. 5 is beyond our means. We can make a new program with 2 teams, but it will not be as dependable as the first. The risk is small but real. So I ask you, Shall we vote now on the physician's request, without further discussion, or instead put questions to them? The majority were in favor of discussion. Baradian did not take the floor himself, but called on Gerbert. Behind the words of our commander lies a criticism, said Gerbert, not rising from his place in the highest row of chairs. The criticism is directed at those who handed over to us, with no concern for their own condition, the bodies found on Titan. One could conduct an investigation into this matter to learn who the culprits were. Whether or not they are among us, however, does not change the situation. The task facing us is the complete resurrection of a man preserved little better than the mummies of the pharaohs. Here I must go into the history of medicine. Attempts at vitrification date back to the 20th century. Doddering old millionaires had themselves interred in liquid nitrogen in the hope that someday they would be restored to life. Complete nonsense. Heating a frozen corpse only serves to make it rot. Then scientists learned how to freeze alive minute bits of tissue, egg cells, sperm, and microorganisms. The larger the body, the more difficult is vitrification. Vitrification involves the instantaneous congealing of all the organism's fluids into ice, skipping the phase of crystallization, since crystal formation causes irreversible damage to the subtle structure of the cell. The body and brain must be turned to glass in a split second. It is easy to heat an object to a high temperature in a split second. To chill it that rapidly to nearly 0 Kelvin is incomparably more difficult. The Bell vitrifexes in the victims on Titan were primitive and worked brutally. When we accepted the containers on board, we were unaware of their make. That is why the condition of the bodies was such a surprise. For whom and why? Asked someone in the first row. For me as a psychonicist, for Davis, who is a somaticist, and of course for our superior. Why? We received containers having no specifications or diagrams of the old vitrifexes. We did not know that the Bells with their frozen occupants had been partly crushed by the glacier, or that the site they were placed into thermos cylinders with liquid helium and immediately transported by shuttle to our ship. For the 400 hours after takeoff, while Hercules pushed us, we were under 2 Gs. We could not proceed with the examination of the containers until afterward. That was 3 months ago, John, said the same voice. Yes, during that time we determined that we could not possibly bring them all back to life. 3 were ruled out at once. Their brains had been crushed. Of the rest we can reanimate only 1, although in principle 2 of the corpses are candidates for reanimation. The point is that all these people had blood in their circulatory systems. Real blood? Asked someone from another place in the hall. Yes, erythrocytes, plasma, and so on. We have the data on the blood in our hollow files. We can't do transfusions without additional blood, however, so erythroblasts were taken from the marrow and multiplied. There is blood, but then we have the incompatibility of the tissues. 2 brains are candidates for reanimation, but there are only enough vital organs for 1 person. Only 1 person could be put together of these 2. Abominable, but true. A brain can be resurrected without a body, said someone. We have no intention of doing that, replied Gerbert. We ate... There's a typo there. We are not here to run hideous experiments. At the present level of medicine, they would not have to be hideous. At the present level of medicine, they would have to be hideous. But the issue is not merely medical. We intrude here on navigational matters as doctors, not as astronauts. No layman can tell us how to proceed, therefore I will not go into the details of the operation. It is necessary to decalcify and metallize the skeleton, to remove excess nitrogen from the tissues with helium, to cannibalize bodies for 1 body. That's our area. I will explain to you only the basis for our request. We must have as little gravitation as possible during the reanimation of the brain. Complete weightlessness would be best of all. We realize, however, that is impossible without shutting off the engines, which would totally ruin the flight program. Get to the point, John. The head physician did not hide his impatience. The commander and the people here want to know the reason behind your request. He did not say our request, but your request. Gerbert, pretending not to notice this slip of the tongue, but convinced that it was not innocent, said calmly, The neurons in the human brain normally do not divide. They do not divide because they constitute the material of personal identity, such as memory and other qualities that are commonly called character, soul, and so on. In the brains of those vitrifacted in the primitive fashion that we saw on Titan, losses occur. We are now able to cause the neighboring neurons to divide so that they fill the gaps, but in so doing we destroy the individuality of those neurons. To preserve personal identity, one must limit the number of divided neurons as much as possible because the daughter cells are like the neurons of an infant, empty, new. Even at zero gravity, there's no certainty whether and to what extent the one resurrected will suffer amnesia. A portion of the memory is irreversibly lost in vitrification, even in the best cryostats, because the delicate contacts of the synapses sustain damage on the molecular level. Therefore, we cannot claim that the one resurrection will be exactly the man he was some 100 years ago. We can only say that the weaker the gravitation during the reanimation of the brain, the greater the chance will be to save the personality. I'm finished. Ter-Horab glanced, as if casually, at the head physician, who seemed absorbed in the papers before him. There's no need for a vote, Ter-Horab said. By the power vested in me as commander, I order the drive throttled at the time appointed by the doctors and for the duration that they require. Meeting adjourned. A subdued murmur went through the auditorium. Ter-Horab rose and touched Yusupov's shoulder, both headed for the lower exit. Gerbert and Davis practically ran from the gallery before anyone could approach them. In the corridor they met the Dominican. He did not speak, only nodded, and continued on his way. I didn't expect that of Vahradian, Davis exclaimed, getting into the aft elevator with Gerbert. The commander, on the other hand, now there's a man in the right place. I could feel our colleagues from the humanities, especially our psychonauts, ready to jump us. He nipped that in the bud. The elevator slowed. The passing lights flickered less frequently. Vahradian doesn't matter, muttered Gerbert. If you must know, Arago spoke with Ter-Horab right before the council. Who told you that? Yusupov. Arago was at Ter-Horab's before we met with him. You think he... I don't think, I know. The priest helped us. But as a theologian, I'm no authority on that, but he knows both medicine and theology. How he reconciles one with the other is his affair. Come, let's change. We have to get everything ready and to set the hour. Before the surgery, Dr. Gerbert read the record from the holophile one more time. In the course of their work, the massive planetary machines had halted because their sensors detected metal, and enclosed in the metal, organic material. One by one, 7 old striders were pulled from the Burnham heap. And from those striders, 6 bodies, 2 of them Diglas, lay no more than a few 100 meters apart. One was empty, the other contained a man and a bell vitrifax. Compared to the 8th generation excavators gnawing through the glacier, the Digla was a dwarf. The command center stopped the robot giants and sent out walking drill towers with highly sensitive bioreaders in search of other victims, because the Burnham Depression had claimed 9 men. Of the man who had left his Digla, no trace was found. The armor of the striders had been crushed beneath accumulating piles of ice, but the vitrifaxes held up amazingly well. The supervisors wanted to ship these immediately to Earth for reanimation, but that meant subjecting the frozen bodies to above-gravity force 3 times. At the takeoff of the small shuttle from Titan, at the acceleration of the transport rocket on the Titan-Earth line, and during the descent to Earth, X-rays of the containers revealed serious injuries on all the bodies, including fractured skulls, so that such an involved move was considered too risky. Someone then hit on the idea of conveying the vitrifaxes to the Eurydice, which had the latest reanimation equipment. Also, the acceleration when it departed would have to be inconsequential, considering the ship's tremendous rest mass. There remained the question of the identification of the bodies, which could not be done until the vitrifaxes were opened. Vahradian, the head physician of the Eurydice, made an agreement with SETI headquarters that specific data and the names of those taken from the ice of Titan would be transmitted to the ship by radio from Earth because all disks of computer memory for computers long since dismantled lay in the archives of the Swiss Center of SETI. Up until the moment of takeoff, the communication channels were overcrowded. Someone or something, man or computer, assigned the incoming data a low degree of importance, and the Eurydice left the circumlunar orbit before the doctors became aware of the lack of this information. Gerbert went to the commander, but nothing could be done. The ship was on its way, picking up speed, pushed by the Herculean lasers like a missile. In this initial phase, Titan took the full brunt of the recoil, and some planetologists believed that it might split apart. The fears did not materialize, but the acceleration did not proceed as smoothly as the planners expected. Hercules pressed the moon's crust deep into the lithosphere. Violent seismic waves set in motion the mountings of the laser throwers, and although they withstood these earthquakes, Titanquakes rather, the solar column wavered and shook. It was necessary to lower the power, wait out the diminishing tremors, and realm the collimated lasers at the mirror stern of the ship. This created interference. Unsent messages piled up. What was worse, Titan pushed 2 years earlier from the vicinity of Saturn and stopped at its rotation so that Hercules, while relatively stationary, could drive the Eurydice outward with its light, began to undergo libration. Many hundreds of thousands of old thermonuclear warheads embedded as an emergency reserve in the heavy moon finally extinguished this movement as well. It was not easy. As a result, the physicians could not commence with the reanimation. The Eurydice, hit and missed over a series of weeks, received each return of the solar column to her stern as a blow that spread throughout the ship. The difficulties with the collimation of the beam, the seismic shocks of Titan, and the few boosters that failed to fire all postponed the operation. Too many on the board. The postponement was justified also by the fact that the odds of returning the victims to life did not seem good, with each day of now steady acceleration, communication with Earth worsened, and on top of that, priority was given to radiograms that concerned the success of the expedition. At last, the ship got from Earth the names of the 6 frozen castaways and their photographs and bios, but that was insufficient to determine identity. With vitrification, which took place explosively, the facial parts of the skull were crushed. Secondary implosions inside the cryo containers tore off the clothing worn under the spacesuits, and its shreds were forced by the oxygen from the bursting suits into the nitrogen coffins, where they turned to ash. There was talk then of acquiring fingerprints from Earth and dental records, but when these arrived, they only added to the confusion because of the ancient rivalry between Grail and Rumden. The computer logs there were in disorder, and no one knew whether a portion of the memory disks that had been destroyed or had ended up perhaps in some archive outside Switzerland. The man who would be revived on the Eurydice bore one of 6 names: Ansel, Nawada, Perks, Kaler, Parvis, Ilmancy. All that the doctors could hope for was that the survivor, recovering from post-reanimation amnesia, would recognize his own name on the list if he was unable to remember it himself. Baharadian and Davis counted on that. But Gerbert, the psychonicist, had doubts. After setting the time of the operation, therefore, he went to the commander to explain the problem. Terhorab, always clear-headed and practical, agreed resembling a curved sarcophagus, was brought to the level of the main laboratory, held by massive pincers. While wrenches were applied to the outer catches, it opened slowly, lengthwise, with an awful grating sound. A black interior showed beneath the half-open coffin lid. The spacesuit in the center was sunken, unoccupied. Its owner was floating in liquid helium for a week now, along with the nitrogen block in which he had originally been frozen. Field and Lo Bianco took out the spacesuit and carried it to a low metal table. It had been examined before at the time the body was removed, but nothing was found then except frozen scraps of fabric and some air conditioning lines interwoven in a cable. Now they cut open the frost-covered suit from the ring onto which the helmet fastened, and down the torso and pneumatic legs to the large boots. They unhooked winding, spiraling tubes from the scarecrow figure, along with the broken oxygen hoses, and did a meticulous dissection. Every shred went under the microscope. Finally, Lo Bianco crawled into the cylindrical cryo container with a handheld light. To make his job easier, he had the manipulator slice through the metal plate and spread the halves wide. He searched here because the spacesuit had burst at the welds joining the arm sleeves to the trunk, either when the Digla was subjected to the growing weight of the collapsed Burnham Glacier, or else from the internal pressure during the explosive vitrification. If the man had had with him any personal belongings, they could have been blown out through the rent in the suit and fallen with streams of solidifying nitrogen and human blood into the container. At the instant its open mouth was clamped shut by the helmet shot from above and hood of special steel that cut off the corpse in the spacesuit from the outside world. To pull the hood from the container, hydraulic grippers had to be employed since the pincers of the manipulator proved too weak. The two physicists and doctor stepped back several paces from the platform because the operation was quite violent. Before the hood, looking like the head of a giant artillery shell, jerked and began to move from the upper part of the container, large splinters of metal went flying from under the vanadium teeth. They waited. It was only when the coal-black fragment stopped dribbling and the bell, torn from the cryo container, opened emptily toward them, that Field lifted it high with the four-lever of the manipulator, and Lo Bianco again began to examine the cylinder. Then everyone stopped, coming apart completely along the seams. The metal plates trembled and fell slowly to the platform, as if in reenactment of the ancient death agony. The robot jaws carried the heavy hood through the air to the other end of the room and set it down, like half of an empty bomb, with such care that the thing came to rest on the aluminum table without a sound. Lo Bianco approached the split container. In the center were the dark remnants of inside padding, shriveled layers like burned dead leaves. Field looked over Lo Bianco's shoulder. He was acquainted with the history of vitrification. In the days of Grill and Rumden, explosive charges had been used to drive the headpiece into the container with the man. In order that the freezing process take place as rapidly as possible, the man first had to remove his helmet, though remaining in his suit. To keep the blow from crushing his skull, the hood was padded with pneumatically inflated cushions. Expanding, those shielded him. An injection cone was rammed into his mouth. It forced in liquid nitrogen, usually breaking the teeth and even the bones of the jaw. The idea was to congeal the brain from all sides at once, and therefore from the base as well, located just above the palate. The technology of the time was unable to avoid such injuries. Bit by bit, the physicists pulled away layers of the crumbling shielding and placed one beside the other until the instruments bared the metal bottom of the cryo container. Among the crushed ashes, they found an object, also crushed, but preserving the form of a small booklet. The corners burned, as in a fire. The half-carbonized thing was so fragile that it fell into dust whenever it touched, so they placed it under a glass cover. Even a breath could damage it. Looks like a small carrying case, possibly leather, a portfolio. People kept them on their person, but the documents, as a rule, were cellulose, paper, or made of plastic polymers. Gerbert added to what Lo Bianco said. Not encouraging, replied the physicist. Under such conditions, cellulose holds up no better than the old plastics. How did it find its way into the hood? That's not hard to guess. Field crossed his arms. When he closed the circuits, the lower bell thrust up over the legs to the chest, and the upper half shot out at the same time, clasped onto the lower. The charges were implosive, but obviously not the kind that would crush a man. Nitrogen filled the spacesuit so that it split under the arms, and the air forced out stripped and naked. The blast of a shell has more than once torn the clothes off a soldier near the target. What do we do with this? Gerbert watched the physicists fill the space under the glass with a liquid stiffener. Then they took the resultant mold, in which the dark, flat, tattered object was embedded like a bug in amber, and set about analyzing it. They found chemicals that used to be employed in print paper currency, and organic compounds common in animal skins tanned and dyed, and small traces of silver. These were undoubtedly remnants of photographs, because silver salts were used to make photographs. Adjoining the scan beam, the physicist fixed scrap taken from the mold and finally acquired a kind of palimpsest. A scramble of letters in small circles, possibly from an official document's seal. Chromatography separated the colors from the ink of the print. Because fortunately it possessed a mineral ingredient, the rest was done by the filters of a microtomograph. The result was modest. If, in fact, they had discovered a proof of identity, which seemed likely, the first name was illegible, and of the last name, they could be certain only of the first letter, P. The word had from 4 to 7 letters. By coincidence, the names of the two people who were revivable began with P. They put on the screen the resograms of those at rest in the liquid helium. This layered imaging technique, far more precise than old-fashioned X-raying, allowed one to determine the age of the victim to the decade, judging by the hardening in the articular cartilage and in the blood vessels, since medicine, at the time these people lived, had not yet learned how to halt the changes termed sclerosis. The two candidates for reanimation were of similar build. They had the same blood type. The calcification of the ribs and, minutely, in the aorta indicated that they were both from 30 to 40 years of age. According to their biographies, which included medical histories, neither had an operation that left a scar on the body. The doctors knew this but wanted to see what the physicists could tell from them from the nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. The physicists shook their heads. The nuclei of the stable elements in the organism were as good as eternal, but it was another story if there were isotopes in these people's bodies, which was in fact the case, producing another dead end. Both men had at one time been irradiated with a dose on the order of 1 to 200 rims, probably in the final hours of their lives. To examine the internal organs of a man in various planes and sections was an anonymous, abstract activity. The sight of naked corpses encased in nitrogen ice under helium, however, especially with their faces crushed, was such that Gerbert preferred to spare the physicists the experience. The eyeballs of both bodies were intact. A secret grief for the doctors, this because unquestionably the blindness of one would have made the decision for them, namely, to revive the man whose vision was unimpaired. When the physicists left, Davis sat down on the platform with the split-open cryo-container and said nothing. Finally, Gerbert could stand the tension no longer. "Well, then," he asked, "which one?" "We could get Varadian's opinion," Davis muttered uncertainly. "Why?" "Tres faciunt collegium?" Davis got up, stabbed the keyboard, and the screen obediently displayed side by side 2 rows of green numbers, and 1 number in red on the right, which blinked in warning. He switched off the unit, unable to endure it, but again reached out to press a key. Gerbert put his arms around him, restraining him. "Stop, that's useless." They looked at each other. "We might consult," David began, but did not finish. "No, no one can help us. Varadian." "I wasn't thinking of Varadian. I know. I was going to say that. Officially, Varadian will make the decision if we turn to him. He has to, as the head physician, but that's a cowardly way out. Anyway, look how the man has made himself scarce. Let's not prolong this. In less than an hour now, Yusupov will throttle the drive." He released Davis and threw the switches on the console to prepare the reanimating room, saying, "The dead do not exist. It is as if they had never been born. We are not killing anyone. We are recreating a single life." "Look at it that way." "Fine," replied Davis, his eyes glittering. "You're right. It's a good deed, and you can have the honor of performing it. You choose." The 2 white snakes that were coiled around the winged staff on the wall above the control panel lit up. The room was ready. "Very well," said Gerbert. "On one condition, that this remains between us and no one ever learns about it, especially he. You understand?" "Yes. Think about it. After operation, all the remains go overboard, and I will erase all the data in the holofile, but you and I will know, We will know because we cannot erase our own memory. Will you be able to forget? No. To be silent? Yes. To everyone? Yes. To the end? Davis hesitated, but they all know, after all. You said yourself at the council that we would choose either. I had to. Balradian knew the score, but after the data are destroyed, we will lie and tell everyone that this man was objectively preferable in a way discovered by us only here and now. Davis nodded. I agree. We'll write the protocol, sign it together, falsify 2 of the items. You sign? Yes, with you. Gerber opened the wall compartment. In it hung silvery suits with white boots and face masks of glass. He took out his and began to put it on. Davis did likewise. In the central rotunda of the room, a door parted, revealing the bright antenna of an elevator. The door closed, the elevator went down, and the empty room grew darker, but above the point lights of the control panel glowed snakes of Aesculapius. 3. The Survivor. I feel like I need to check to make sure the stream's still working well. That's possible. Okay, I'll go ahead and sit back down. It does look like it's working, but it looked like it was working the other day, so I just need to make certain that it really is actually working and that it hasn't stopped working. Right now, we're actually at 24% of the book. Okay, it does say that it's live. Yay! It is actually working. It is really working. I'm so glad. I'm just so glad. Okay. In that case, let me just turn my phone back off. The Survivor. He returned to consciousness, blind and without a body. His first thoughts were not formed of words. His feelings were confused, inexpressible. He receded, disappeared somewhere, and returned. It was only when he found his internal speech that he could put questions to himself. What was I afraid of? What kind of darkness is this? What does this mean? And when he made his step, he was able to think, what am I? What is happening to me? He tried to move, to locate his arms, legs, torso, knowing now that he had a body, or at least that he should have one, but nothing responded, nothing moved. He could not tell if his eyes were open. He felt no lids, no blinking. He exerted all his strength to lift the lids, and perhaps succeeded, but he saw nothing except the same darkness as before. These attempts, requiring tremendous effort, again led him to question, "What am I?" "I am a man." This obvious answer was a revelation to him. Then immediately he knew its obviousness and smiled at himself, because what kind of a brilliant discovery was that? Words returned slowly from where he did not know, and at first were scattered and without pattern, as if he were pulling them up like fish out of unknown depths. Am. I am. Where? I do not know. I cannot feel my body. Why is that? Now he began to feel his face, the cheeks, possibly the nose. He was even able to move the nostrils, though that took an enormous exertion of will. He stared, moving the eyeballs in all directions, and concluded, because his ability to reason had returned, either I am blind, or it is completely dark. The darkness brought to mind night, and night a great space full of pure cold air, and air suggested breath. Am I breathing? He asked himself, and listened carefully to his darkness, which was so like nothingness and yet so unlike it. It seemed to him that he was breathing, but not in the usual way. The belly, the ribs were motionless, held in incomprehensible suspension. The air entered by itself and gently left. There was no other way he could breathe. He had a face now, lungs, nostrils, a mouth, eyes, though unseeing. He decided to make a fist, remembering perfectly what hands were and how to close them tight. Still he felt nothing, and fear returned, this time rational, from logic. This is either paralysis, or I've lost my arms and possibly my legs. The conclusion seemed false. He had lungs, that was certain, and yet no body. Into his darkness and fear intruded tones, measured, distant, dull. Blood? His heart? It was beating. Then he heard, like the first tidings from the outside, the sounds of speech. His hearing opened suddenly, though it was muffled. There were two people speaking. He distinguished two voices, but he did not understand what they were saying. The language was known to him. The words, however, were indistinct, like objects seen through misted glass or a fog. As he focused his attention more, his hearing sharpened, and strangely, it was through his hearing that he emerged from himself, finding himself in a space that had bottom, top, and sides. This meant gravity, he realized. Then he started to concentrate completely on the hearing. The voices were masculine. One higher and softer, the other low and baritone, very close. Perhaps he could speak himself. He tried. But he wanted to listen first, not only out of curiosity and hope, but also because it was a pleasurable thing to hear so well and to comprehend more and more human speech. I'd keep him in the helium. This was the nearer voice, suggesting a large, heavy-set man. There was so much strength in it. I wouldn't, said the farther, younger voice. Why not? It does no harm. Look at his brain. No, not the calcar avis, the right temporal, the Wernicke's center. You see, he's listening to us. The amplitude is small. I doubt that he understands. Both frontal lobes now. It's really up to norm. I see. Yesterday there was practically no alpha. He was hibernating, that's normal. But whether he understands or not, there's still too much nitrogen. I'm adding helium. A long silence and soft steps. Wait, look. That was the baritone. He's awake. Well, then... The rest he did not hear. They whispered. He regained his clarity of thought. Who is speaking? Doctors. Did I have an accident? Where? Who am I? He thought more and more rapidly while they whispered back and forth, raising their voices in their excitement. Good, the frontals are perfect. But the thalamus, I don't know. Switch it on, lower down. Use Asclepius here. No, better. The medicum. Right. Adjust the picture. How's the medulla? Almost at zero. Curious. Curious, rather, that it's not on zero. Let's see the respiratory center. Activate it? No. For what? He'll start breathing on his own. It's sure that way. However, above the optic chiasma here, something pinged. He can't see, said the younger voice with surprise. The 9 is functional. We'll find out now if he can see anything. In the following stillness came metallic clangs. At the same time, the dark gave way to a grayish, feeble glow. Aha, said the baritone in triumph. It was only on the synapses. The pupils have been reacting for a week now. Anyway, he added more quietly, he won't be able to... A whisper. Agnosia? No, it would be a good thing if... Look at the higher components. The memory is restoring itself? I don't know. I can't say yes or no. And the blood picture? Normal. The heart? 45. Pressure? 110. Disconnected? Better not. Wait. A small impulse to the medulla. He felt something twitch in him. The tonus returns, you see? I can't watch the myograms and the brain at the same time. He's moving, his arms uncoordinated, and now observe the face. Is he blinking? He opened his eyes. Does he see? Not yet. What's the stimulus threshold for the pupils? 4 lux. I'll up it to 6. Does he see? No. He only feels the light. It's a thalamic reaction. The medicum will fix the electrodes and give the current. Ah, excellent. In the darkness he saw something, pale pink and shining over him. At the same time he heard the voice say breathlessly, You've been saved. You'll be all right. Don't try to talk. If you understand me, close your eyes twice. Twice. He did this. Excellent. I'll speak to you. If you don't understand, blink once. He tried hard to make out what the pale pink was, but couldn't. He's trying to see you, came the farther voice. How could the voice know that? You'll see me in everything else, said the baritone slowly. You must be patient, you understand? He said yes with his eyelids. He wanted to speak, but something in him croaked, that was all. No, the same voice scolded. It's too early for conversation. You can't talk. You have a tube in your trachea. It's supplying you with air. You cannot breathe on your own. We are breathing for you. You understand? Good. And now you will sleep. When you wake and are rested, we'll have a talk. You'll learn everything. But now, Victor, put him to sleep slowly. Slowly. Pleasant dreams. He stopped seeing, as if a light had gone out not above him but inside him. He didn't want to sleep. He wanted to jump up on his feet, but the darkness that was himself had already vanished. He had many dreams, odd dreams, beautiful dreams, and dreams that could be neither remembered nor related. Sometimes he was a multitude of feeling things at once. He would go far away and then return. He saw people, recognized their faces, but could not recall who they were. Sometimes all that remained to him was his sight, boundless, full of invisible sun. It seemed to him that eons passed in these dreams, and in the voids between them. Suddenly he awoke. With consciousness, he also regained his body. He was lying on his back, bundled in a fluffy, soft material. He tensed the muscles of his back. He felt a tingling in his thighs. Above him was a flat, pale green ceiling. Nearby gleamed pipes of some kind in glassware, but he was unable to turn his head. Something held his head in place. A bolster that was soft but reached up to his temples, resiliency firm. His eyes he could move freely. On the other side of a transparent wall rose apparatuses of some sort, and at the very edge of his field of vision little lights danced on and off. He soon noticed that the lights had some connection to him, because when he inhaled more deeply and his rib cage lifted, they lit up with the same rhythm. Outside his field of vision, something glowed pink at a steady, slow tempo, and the period of that pinkness also kept pace with him, with his heart. He had no doubt now that he was in a hospital. An accident, then what kind and where? He knit his brow, waited for an explanation to emerge from his memory, but in vain. He lay still, shut his eyes, and concentrated his will on the question. No answer came. His ability to move his legs, arms, fingers as he liked, except for the enfolding material, no longer satisfied him. He tried clearing his throat, touched the inside surface of his teeth with his tongue, and finally spoke. I. He recognized his own voice. But whose it was, his own voice, he did not know, and he did not understand how this could be. He tried freeing himself from the restraining padding and tensed his muscles several times. Then a lethargy fell over him with strange suddenness, and again he went out like an extinguished candle. He did not count the passing days. Life on the ship was divided in the simple, conventional way according to Earth rhythm. During the day, all the decks, corridors, and tunnel passageways between sections of the hull were brightly lit. At 10 o'clock dusk began as a dimming of the gold-tinged white that emanated from the ceilings and walls. For about an hour there was a blue semi-darkness, until the illumination ceased, and all that showed the solitary wanderer the way was a thin fluorescent line that ran down the center of the ceilings. He liked this time the best. He could tour the Eurydice during the day, too. All the corridors were accessible to him, and he was assured that he would not be disturbing anyone. He could go wherever he liked, ask any question, but he preferred the night for his walks. Physically proficient, he exercised early each morning in the gym, then went to school. That was what he called it. He would take a seat in front of Memom to regain his memory through picture and word association games, but also learn things completely new to him. With the machine, which was infinitely patient and capable of showing any emotion, any surprise, any feeling of superiority, he was at ease. If he failed to grasp anything, Maman would resort to visual aids, simple diagrams, and skillfully applied teaching programs borrowing from the stores of other machines on the ship. The holophile contained in its archives tens of thousands of films, though they were not films, and photographs, though unlike the photographs of the past, since each image, when summoned, became a surrounding scene, and each word was made flesh, of flesh, granted, that was transitory. If he wished, he could visit the inner chambers of the pyramids, the Gothic cathedrals, the castles on the Lyre, the moons of Mars, cities, forests, but he did this only because he knew that such visions constituted an important part of his therapy. The doctors tried to treat him like one of the members of the crew, never like a patient. He even had the impression that they avoided him, as if to emphasize that he was in no way different from anyone else. His visual memory returned, along with his life experience, his professional skills as a navigator and expert in striders. True, ships had changed no less than planetary machines. Regarding them, he was a little like a seaman from the days of sailing ships and finding himself on a great ocean liner, but it was not difficult to fill in these gaps. The outdated information he replaced with new. More and more keenly, however, he felt his worst loss, a loss possibly irreversible. He could not dredge up in himself any names, first names, last names, including his own. What was more curious, his memory seemed divided in two. Things that he had once experienced returned to him, faded through full of detail, just as a child's possessions found in the closet of the family home after many years evoked not only images of the past, but also an emotional aura. One time in the physicist's lab, the smell of an evaporating liquid from a distillation, acrid in his nostrils, instantly summoned up more than a picture, a chance landing field brightly lit though at night, when he, standing beneath the still red-hot cones of the rockets, beneath his saved ship, breathed the same smell of nitric smoke, and felt a happiness that he was not aware of then, but which now, remembering, he understood. He did not tell Dr. Gerber about this, though he really should have, since the doctor had said to come immediately with any unexpected recollection, because it would lie in one of the buried places of his memory. It was necessary to deepen the recollection, not for psychotherapy, but in order to re-establish and reopen the paths in the brain that had been erased. In this way he could return more fully to himself. The advice was rational, professional, and he considered himself a rational person. Still he kept this from the doctor. Being taciturn was definitely one of his traits. He had never liked to confide, particularly not private things. He told himself that if he ever remembered who he was, it would not be by smell, like a dog. A stupid thought, he realized. It never crossed his mind to set himself above the doctors, but he stuck to his decision. Gerbert soon became aware of the man's reticence. He gave him his word that the sessions with Maman were not recorded, and that he could clear each session from the pedagogue's memory himself if he wished, and the man did that. He kept no secrets from the machine. It helped him reclaim a multitude of memories, but without the names of people, and without his own. Finally he asked the machine why. Maman was silent for a while. The memory training, as it was called, took place in a cabin that was strangely furnished. There were several pieces of antiquated furniture in it, veritable museum pieces, and in almost royal style, armchairs with gilding and curved legs, and every wall had an oil painting by a Dutch master. The paintings that he had remembered were his favorites. They appeared after he recalled them as if to help him on. The oils were changed several times, but the canvas in the curved frames was no canvas, though imitating well the fiber and the daubs of paint. Maman had explained to him how these excellent temporary replicas were made. The teaching machine itself was not visible, not that anyone was hiding it, but being a subsystem of Aesculapius, disengaged for these sessions in the cabin, it wore no form that could clash with the student's frame of mind, so that the survivor would not have to address empty space, or a microphone, or a wall he had before him. As he paced this study, a bust of Socrates from the pages of Greek mythology, or philosophy. The bust, shaggy-headed, seemed made of marble. Sometimes, however, it participated, mimicking life, in the discussion. For the student this was unpleasant, in poor taste somehow. Unable to come up with an alternative, and not wanting to bother Gerbert for nothing, he accustomed himself to the face, but whenever he had something painful to reveal, like pacing before the mentor, he would speak without looking. Now the fake Socrates seemed to hesitate, as if presented with a problem too difficult. My answer to you will be unsatisfying. It is not good for a man to be too cognizant of his physical and spiritual mechanisms. Complete knowledge reveals limits to human possibilities, and the less a man is by nature limited to his purposes, the less he can tolerate limits. That is in the first place. In the second place, names are stored differently from other concepts embedded in speech. Why? Because names do not form any coherent system. They are, after all, purely a matter of convention. Every person has a name, but could have an altogether different name and be the same person. One's name is decided by accident in the form of one's parents. First and last names thus lack logical and physical necessity. If you will permit a small philosophical digression, only things exist and their relations. To be a man is to be a particular thing. It does not matter that it is a living thing. To be a brother or a son, that is a relation. Examining a newborn infant with every method, you will learn everything about it. You will reach its genetic code, but its name you will not reach. One discovers the world. To names, however, one may only become accustomed. This distinction is not felt in ordinary life, but a person who has come into the world twice experiences it. It is not out of the question that you will remember your name. That could happen at any moment, or it could never happen. This is why I advised you to take a temporary name. There is no dishonesty or falsehood in that. You will be in the situation of your parents when they stood over you at your cradle. They too did not know before they chose it the name that they would give you, but once they chose it after many years, they would have been unable to imagine that you had another inborn truer name, and that they had not given that one to you. You sound more like a Pythia, he replied, trying to hide his agitation over the allusion to his death. He did not understand why he should react in this way. Facts were facts. If anything, he ought to feel the tremendous satisfaction of one risen from the dead. I don't care about my name. I know it begins with P. 4 to 7 letters. Parvis or Perks. I know that the others couldn't be saved. It would have been better if I hadn't been shown that list. They hoped that you would recognize yourself. I can't choose blindly. I told you that. I know and understand your motives. You are the type of person who pays little attention to himself. You are always that way. So you do not wish to choose? No. Or assume a name? No. What then do you intend to do? I don't know. Possibly there would have been more arguments enlisted to persuade him. But for the first time since he had come to this cabin, he exercised his right to erase the machine. All his conversations. And as if that was insufficient, with the next touch of his finger he consigned the bust of the Greek sage to nothingness. He felt a grim satisfaction then, a senseless though keen pleasure, as if he had murdered without murdering, one before whom he had bared his soul too much, and who, or rather which, had so sensibly and authoritatively taken charge of this helplessness. A poor excuse for a reason, this, and he regretted his action, which parted him from the blameless machine. But since the thing had been right in saying that more than to be in the world he wanted to have the world in him, he swallowed his anger, his shame, pointless, and put them out of his mind for good, turning to matters more important than his personal past. There was plenty to learn. I'll be right back. Hello. There was plenty to learn. The biggest and most recent effort to find extraterrestrial civilizations, named Cyclops, had come to nothing after almost 20 years, in the opinion of those who had listened to the stars, hoping to receive intelligent signals. It proved a miserable failure. The mystery of the silent universe had become a challenge to Earth's science. The extreme optimism of a handful of astrophysicists at the end of the 20th century, infecting thousands of other specialists as well as laymen, turned into its opposite. The billions invested in the radio telescopes that filtered the emissions from the millions of stars and galaxies did indeed give results in the form of new discoveries, but no radio wave brought news of other intelligence. However, the telescopes placed on orbiters in space were hit several times by streams of radiation singular enough to rekindle extinguished hopes. If these were signals, their reception was of brief duration. They broke off and did not return. Perhaps the circumsolar region was being pierced by needle messages addressed to other stars. Attempts to decipher the recordings of them in countless different ways failed. Even the signal nature of these concentrated impulses could not be determined with any certainty. Thus, tradition and caution obliged the experts to conclude that the phenomenon was the product of stellar material, an emission of very hard radiation by chance focused through so-called gravitational lenses into narrow pencils. The primary rule in observation said that whatever did not clearly show an artificial source had to be considered a natural phenomenon. Astrophysics, besides, had advanced to the point where it possessed sufficient hypotheses to explain every kind of observed emission without retorting to the existence of other beings as the senders. A paradox arose: the greater the number of theories astrophysics had at its disposal, the more difficult it became to prove the authenticity of an intelligent signal. By the end of the 20th century, the spokesman for Project Cyclops had drawn up a catalogue of criteria to distinguish what nature could produce with the wealth of its forces from that which was beyond its power and therefore would appear as a cosmic miracle. An analogy on earth might be leaves falling from trees to form the letters of a meaningful sentence, or pebbles thrown on a river, sandbar assuming the shape of circles, tangents, or Euclidean triangles. Thus, the scientists put together a list of requirements, rules that would have to be met by any sender of extraterrestrial signals. Almost half of this list was crossed off in the first years of the next century. It was not only in the pulsars, not only in the gravitational lenses, not only the microwave radiation from the nebulas, not only the giant masses at the galactic center that fooled the observers by their regularity, repetition, the peculiar order of their various impulses. In place of the discarded rules for broadcasters, new ones were soon put in, and these were discarded too in short order. Hence the pessimistic conclusion that Earth was unique not only in the local arm of the Milky Way, but in a myriad of other spiral galaxies. Subsequent increases of knowledge in astrophysics particularly brought this pessimism into question. The great number of cosmic properties of energy and matter which suggested the notion of an anthropic principle of the close connection between the universe as it was and life as it was presented a compelling argument. In a cosmos that contained people, one had to expect the birth of life outside Earth as well. A succession of surmises followed to reconcile the fertility of the universe with its silence. Life arose on innumerable planets, but produced intelligent beings only through the rarest concatenation of unlikely accidents. No, it arose frequently enough, but generally developed along non-protein lines. Silicon displayed an abundance of compounds equal to that of carbon bonding, the atomic cornerstone of proteins, but an evolution began and silicon was permanently non-convergent with intelligence, or else produced forms of intelligence that no kinship whatever with human mentality. No, the spark of intelligence occurred in various shapes, but was of short duration. The development of life took billions of years, only in its presentient stage. Primate creatures, once formed within 200,000 years, automatically began a technological explosion. This explosion, and by the cosmic clock, it was a true explosion, not only carried them at ever increasing speed to higher and higher levels of control over the forces of nature, it also carried civilizations apart in directions too different for them to understand one another through any commonality of thought. There was no such commonality, there was an anthropocentric fallacy that people had inherited from the ancient faiths and myths. There could, in fact, be many different intelligences, and it was precisely because there were so many that the sky was silent. Not at all, said other hypotheses. The solution to the mystery was much simpler. The evolution of life, if it produced intelligence, did so through a series of isolated events. This intelligence could be nipped in the bud by any stellar incursion in the vicinity of the parent planet. Intervention from space was always blind and random. Had not paleontology, with the help of galactography, the archaeology of the Milky Way, shown that the mammals owed their primacy and cataclysms to that had left mountains of reptilian remains in the Mesozoic, and that it was a chain of happenstances, ice ages, pluvials, the formation of the steppes, the changes in the Earth's magnetic poles, rates of mutation that created the family tree of man? This notwithstanding, intelligence could mature under trillions of suns. It could take the path of terrestrial variety, in which case that winning ticket of the stellar lottery, after 1 or 2,000 years, might turn into a catastrophe, for technology was a domain of the fatal traps, and whoever entered there could easily come to a bad end. Intelligent beings were able to see this threat, but only when it was too late, having cast off religious faiths and recognizing that religion's modern degenerated forms were ideologies that offer the fulfillment of material and only material needs. The civilizations tried to stop their own momentum, but that was now impossible. Impossible even if they were not torn by internal antagonisms. The survivor from Titan had ample time to put questions and digest answers. From reflections on themselves and the world, termed on Earth philosophy, the intelligent beings proceeded to activities that made it increasingly clear to them, but whatever had called them into existence gave them only one sure thing: their mortality. Indeed, they owed their very existence to mortality, for without it, the billion-year alternations of emerging and dying species never would have taken place. They were spawned by the pit, by the deaths of the Archaeozoic, the Paleozoic, the successive geological periods, and along with their intelligence received the guarantee of their own demise. Soon, some 20 centuries after this diagnosis, they came to know the parental ways of nature, the treacherous and wasteful technology of self-realizing processes used by her to permit future forms of life to reappear. This technology inspired admiration only as long as it remained inaccessible to its discoverers, but that did not last either, robbing the plants, the animals, their own bodies of their secrets. They changed the biosphere and themselves, and this increase in dominion was insatiable. They went out into space only to find how alien it was to them, and how the mark of their animal origin had been stamped inexorably on their bodies. This alienness, too, they overcame. Then before very long they found that they were, within the newly constructed technosphere, the last relic of the ancient heritage of biology, and that they were able to abandon, along with the poverty of the past, the hunger, the epidemics, the countless infirmities of old age, their mortal bodies. At first the possibility loomed like a fantastic, distant, terrifying crossroads. These generalizations, full of pathos and savoring of an engineer's grim eschatology, the survivor read with distaste. He wanted to know the purpose of the expedition, inasmuch as he had become involuntarily participant in it. a more up-to-date volume, now the authoritative text on exobiology, brought him closer to its mission. The book contained a diagram by Ortega and Nilsson showing the development of psychozoics in the universe, their main road, and branchings. The commencement of the main road was the early technological age, which was short-lived, allowing no offshoots for the 1,000 years between the rise of mechanical tools and the advent of the informational. In the next millennium, information science was crossed with biology to produce a swell of biotic acceleration. At this juncture, the diagnostic quality of the chart, becoming prognostic, weakened. The outline of the main road had been drawn by facts and theories, but its divergencies were the resultants now of theories only, albeit theories supported by others that were reliable to a high degree. The turning point in the main road was the moment when the engineering ability of the intelligent beings matched the life-creating potential of nature. It was not possible to predict the further career of any individual civilization. This followed from the very nature of the crossroads. A certain percentage of the civilizations would stay on the main road by putting the lid on an attainable but unrealized auto-evolution. An extreme case of such bioconservatism would be the creation of legislation, statutes, treaties, prohibitions, and sanctions to which all instrumentalities infringing on nature would be subject. Technologies would arise to save the environment, committed to adapting the technosphere without trauma to the biosphere. The task would be, but would not have to be accomplished, in which latter case a civilization, in a series of costly crises, would fluctuate demographically. It could decline and regenerate itself many times, paying for this self-destructive inertia with billions of lives. The establishing of interstellar contact would not rank high on its list of priorities. The conservatives on the main road would be silent, that was obvious. For the biotically non-conservative, there were many solutions. Decisions to auto-evolve, once made, were genetically irreversible, hence the great divergence among the older psychozoics. Ortega, Nilsson, and Tomic introduced the concept of a window of contact. This was the interval of time in which intelligent beings had already reached a high level of applied science, but had not yet undertaken the change in the natural intelligence given them that would correspond to the human brain. The window of contact was cosmically a moment. From the resinous torch to the oil lamp, 16,000 years passed. From that lamp to the laser, it was 100 years. The information needed to make the torch to laser step was on the order of the information needed to go from the discovery of the genetic code to the code's implementation in a post-atomic industry. Increases in knowledge were in the window of contact phase, exponential, and toward the phase's end, hyperbolic. The interval of any meaningful contact was minimally 1,000 Earth years, optimally from 1,800 to 2,500 years. Outside the window were civilizations either immature or too mature. Silence reigned. The immature lacked the power to communicate, while those too mature closed themselves off, or else formed groups that communicated with one another by means faster than light. On the subject of faster than light communication, there was a disagreement. No kind of matter or energy could be made to exceed the speed of light, but that barrier, some said, could be circumvented. Let a pulsar with a magnetic field fixed by a neutron star rotate at the speed approaching c. The beam of the emission would go in circles around the pulsar's axis and at sufficient distance sweep across a sector of space at a speed greater than c. If in the subsequent sectors of the beam's rotation there were observers, those observers could synchronize their watches beyond the limit discovered by Einstein. They would only need to know the distances of the sides of the triangle, pulsar observer A, observer B, and the speed of the rotation of the lighthouse pulsar. This is as much as the one resurrected on the Eurydice learned. In the year of her constant acceleration about cosmic civilizations, He came to a barrier that he could not pass. The machine instructor did not chide the human pupil, who was unable to grasp the mysteries of sidereal energetics and its relation to engineering and gravitational ballistics. These recent discoveries made possible the present expedition to the stars of the Harpy, which had been hidden from the astronomers of previous centuries by a cloud called the coal sack. The Eurydice was to pass the coal sack, enter the temporal harbor of a collapsar christened Hades, dispatch one of her segments to the planet named Quinta C. Harpiae, wait for the return of that scout ship, and perform for her own return an incomprehensible maneuver called passage through a retrochronal toroid, thanks to which she would reappear in the neighborhood of the sun barely 8 years after takeoff. Without that passage, she would return 2,000 years later, which would be no return at all. The scout ship of the Eurydice was to travel on its own an entire parsec with its crew in a state of embryonization. The vitrification of people had been abandoned, as it gave only a 98% certainty of reviving the frozen. The pilot of ancient rockets felt, at these lectures, like a child being initiated into the operation of a synchrophasostron. He also realized that he had become a hermit, that he should no longer play Robinson Crusoe at the side of an electronic Friday. He rode to the observatory of the forward section of the Eurydice to see the stars. A great hall gleamed with strange equipment. In vain he looked for the cannon-like cylinder of a reflector, or of any other type of telescope, or simply a shuttered dome for viewing the heavens directly. The high hall seemed unoccupied, though lit all around with storied rows of lights. Although these ran narrow galleries, they were joined by columns of machines. Returning to his cabin after the unsuccessful excursion, he noticed on the table an old dog-eared book with a card from Gerbert. Gerbert was loaning it to him, something to read in bed. The physician was known to have brought on board with him a number of science fiction books, which he preferred to the dazzling holovision shows. The sight of the book moved the recipient. For so long, once again, he had been among the stars, yet had not seen them for so long. Worse, he was not able to make friends with the people who had bestowed upon him this new voyage along with his new life. The cabin, as he had requested, was furnished half in the style of a sea vessel and half in the style of an old merchant rocket. The living quarters of a helmsman or a navigator, in no way resembling a passenger's cabin, because this was not a place for a brief stay like a hotel. It was a home. He even had a bunk bed. Usually he laid his clothes on the top bunk when he undressed. Over the pillow of the bottom bunk he switched on a little lamp, covered his feet with a blanket, and thinking that once again he was giving in to the sins of sloth and passivity, but perhaps now for the last time, opened the book in the place marked by Gerbert. For a moment he read without comprehension, such was the strong effect of the ordinary black print had on him. The typeface of the letters, the yellowed fragile pages, the real stitches of the binding, the bulge of the cover along the spine, all seemed incredibly familiar to him, unique, a thing lost and then found, though heaven knows he had never been an avid reader. But now he felt a solemnity in reading, as if the dead author had made a promise to him once. Although many obstacles had to be overcome, the promise was kept. He had an odd habit. He would open a volume at random and begin reading there. The writers would not have been too pleased. Why did he do this? Perhaps he wanted to break into the fictional world, not through its prepared entrance, but all at once, in the middle. A moment. Oh, hello. Hello, 2274 Brian. I hope you're having a good day. The next part is like that. It just starts with a ... I thought I should say that before I read it. Tell you? The professor folded his hands on his chest. By ship to Port Boma, he began, sinking into his chair. He closed his eyes. Paddle boat to Bengala. That's where the jungle begins. Then 6 weeks on horseback. No more is possible. Even mules will drop. Sleeping sickness. There was an old shaman there, Nfo Tabe. He pronounced the word with a French accent on the last syllable. I don't know how to pronounce it, though. I had come to catch butterflies, but he showed me the way. He stopped for a moment, opened his eyes. You know what the jungle is? But how could you? Life, green and mad. Everything quivering, watching, moving. In the underbrush, a crowd of ravenous mouths. Insane flowers like explosions of color. Hidden insects and sticky webs. Thousands of unclassified species, not like here in Europe. No need to go looking for them. In the night, the whole tent was covered by moths, and big as a hand, insistent, blind, falling into the fire by the hundreds. Shadows passed across the canvas. The natives trembled. The wind earned thunder from different quarters, lions, jackals, but that was nothing. Then came the weakness and the fever. We left the horses, continued on foot. I took serum, quinine, German chamomile, everything. Finally, one day, there is no reckoning of time there, a man gets to feel that the division of the week. The whole calendar is a silly artificial thing. One day it was impossible to go on. The jungle ended. There is another native village at a river. The river isn't on the map. 3 times a year it disappears into quicksand. Part of the bed is underground. A few huts made of sun-baked clay and silt. That's where Nfo Twabe lived. Didn't know in English. How could he? I had 2 translators. One put my words into the dialect of the coast, the other put that into Bushman. Over that whole belt of jungle, from the 6th parallel, rules an ancient royal family, descendants of the Egyptians, I would guess, taller, much more intelligent than of the Central Africa. Nfo Tabe even drew a map for me, showing the borders of the kingdom. I had saved his son from the sleeping sickness. It was for that, not opening his eyes, the professor reached into an inner pocket. From a notebook he took out a piece of paper and scribbled with red ink. The lines were tangled and twisted, hard to read. The jungle stops here, as if cut with a knife. It's the border of the kingdom. I asked what lay beyond. He didn't want to talk about that in the night. I had come back during the day. Only then, in that stinking hole of a hut without windows, you can't imagine the stench, did he tell me that there were ants beyond white, blind ants that built great cities. Their realm extended for many kilometers. Red ants fought the white. They came in a great living river through the jungle. Elephants would leave the vicinity then in herds, making curved tunnels through the underbrush. Tigers fled, even the snakes. Of the birds, only the vultures remained. The ants traveled variously, sometimes for a month, day and night, in a rust-red, moving current. Whatever stood in their path they destroyed. They reached the edge of the jungle, came upon the mounds of the whites, and the battle began. Nfo Twabe, in his lifetime, had seen it once, the red ants, overcoming the sentries of the whites, entered their cities and never returned. What happens to them no one knows. But next year new legions came plowing through the jungle. It was this way in time of his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather. It was always this way. The soil in the place of the white ants is fertile. Long ago the natives tried to cultivate it, tried to burn down the mounds of the termites. They lost that battle. The crops were destroyed. They built huts and enclosures of wood. The termites reached these through underground passageways, penetrated the structures, ate them out from inside, so that the touch of the hand made them crumble. The natives resorted to clay. Then, instead of workers, soldiers appeared. These, he pointed to a jar, in the center, fastened with surgical clips to glass plates, were specimens of giant termites, several warriors. Enormous and deformed creatures, a third of the thorax was covered by thorny armor, with a helmet ending in open scissors. The broad armor weighed down the delicate legs and abdomen. Nothing new to you, I suspect? We know that there are regions in which termites rule. In South America, they have two kinds of soldier, defenders and something like an internal police. The mounds reach 8 meters in height, built of sand and excrement. They're harder than the Portland cement, proof against any steel, eyeless, white, soft insects that have lived for some 20 million years away from the light, studied by Packard, Schmelz, many others, but not one of them ever dreamed. You understand? I saved his son, and in exchange, oh, he was wise, knew how to repay a white man royally, completely gray. Skin like ashes, the face of a mask, smoke-cured. He said to me, the mounds go on for miles. The whole plain is covered with them, like a forest, a dead forest, one after another, giant petrified trunks. It is difficult to pass between them. Everywhere the ground is hard, it booms underfoot like a drum, and is strewn with braids of thick string. Those are the tubes through which the termites run, made of the same cement as the mounds. They go very far down into the earth and up again, and they branch, intersect, and lead inside the mounds, and every 50 or 60 centimeters they widen so that the termites running in different directions can pass each other, and in the center of the city, among a million stone-like termitaria that seethe with blind, violent life, there stands a different mound, smaller, black, and bent like a hook. He showed me how with his brown thumb. The heart of the ant nation lies there. More he did not want to say. And you believed him? Whispered the listener. The dark eyes of the professor burned. I returned to Boma, bought 50 kilograms of dynamite in pound sticks, the kind used in mines, picks, shovels, spades, a complete outfit, tanks of sulfur, metal hoses, gas masks, netting, the best I could obtain, and cans of airplane gasoline, and an arsenal of insecticides, more than you can imagine. Then I hired 12 bears and went into the jungle. Are you acquainted with the Collinger's experiment? It's considered nonsense. He was not true. A myrmecologist. I'm sorry. Myrmecologist. I don't know. Only an amateur. Cut through an entire termite mound from top to bottom and inserted a steel plate so that the two halves could not communicate with each other in any way. The mound was young. The termites had only begun building it. After 6 weeks he removed the plate. It turned out that the new tunnels had been constructed in such a way that their mouths, on either side of the barrier, exactly corresponded, not a millimeter off, vertically or horizontally, just as men build a tunnel, beginning the work simultaneously on both sides of the mountain and meeting in the middle. How did the termites communicate through the steel? And then Gruss's experiment, also not verified. He maintained that if you killed the termite queen, workers that were several hundred meters from the ground immediately showed agitation and returned to the nest. Again he paused. He stared at the red embers in the fireplace and the flickering blue flames that appeared and disappeared over them. I had a map, yes. First the guide ran off, then the translator. They left their things and disappeared. Early one morning I awoke in my mosquito net. Silence, bulging eyes, terrified faces whispering behind my back. I ended up tying the lot of them to me, wrapped the cord round my hand, took their knives so they couldn't cut themselves loose. From lack of sleep or from the sun, my eyes became inflamed. In the morning I could hardly open the lids, they were so badly stuck. Summer was on us. My shirt was stiff with sweat as of starch, and if you touched the helmet on the outside you immediately got blisters. The rifle barrel burned like a red-hot poker. We hacked our way for 39 days. I didn't want to go through old Info Tabe's village, as he had asked me not to, so we came to the edge of the jungle without warning. Suddenly that hellish, stifling thicket of leaves, vines, and screaming parrots and monkeys ended. As far as the eye could see, a plain yellow as the skin of an old lion. On it, among clumps of cacti, stood cones, the mounds, built blindly from within, hence formless in conception. We spent the night there. At dawn I awoke with a fierce headache. The day before I had carelessly removed my helmet for a moment. The sun was high. The heat was such that the air burned the lungs. The shapes of objects shimmered, as if the sand were on fire. I was alone. The natives had fled, chewing through their cord. The only one remaining was 13-year-old Ugadu. I began to walk. Together we carried the baggage a distance of 50 feet. Then we went back and brought the rest of the things. We had to repeat this 5 times under the sun, which burned infernally. Despite my white shirt, I developed sores on my back which did not heal. I had to sleep on my stomach, but this is unimportant. All day we penetrated the city of the termites. I don't think there is anything in the world more eerie. Imagine, on all sides, in front of you, in back of you, stony mounds, 2 stories high, in places so close one could barely squeeze between them, an endless forest of rough gray columns, and from the center of each column, when one stopped, came a faint, incessant, steady rustling, at moments changing into individual taps. The walls trembled constantly to the touch, day and night. Several times it happened that we crushed one of the tunnels, which looked like ash-gray cords scattered over the ground in bundles. We saw endless rows of white insects marching. Then there would appear suddenly the horned helmets of the soldiers who cut the air blindly with their pincers and ejected a sticky, burning fluid. For 2 days we wandered, for there was no possible way to get bearings. 2, 3, 4 times each day I would clamber up a mound higher than the others to look for the mound of which Info Tabe spoke, but all I saw was a forest of stone. The jungle behind us became a green strip, then a blue line on the horizon, then finally disappeared. Our water supply dwindled, but the mounds went on and on. Through my telescope I saw them merge in the far distance, like a field of corn. The lad amazed me. Without complaint he did everything that I did, but not knowing why or wherefore. We proceeded thus for 4 days. I was drunken with the sun. The sunglasses didn't help. There was a terrible glare in the sky. One could not look up before dusk, and the sun blazed like mercury. And all around, palisades of mounds, unending, no trace of any living creature. Even the vultures did not venture here. There was only an occasional solitary cactus. Finally, in the evening, having rationed out the water for that day, I climbed to the top of a very large mound. I think the thing went back to the days of Caesar. Without hope now, I looked around, when suddenly I saw a black spot in the telescope. My first thought was that the glass was dirty. But no, it was that mound. The next day I got up when the sun was still below the horizon. I could barely waken my boy. We began to carry our things in the direction that I had marked with compass. I had also made a sketch. Meanwhile, the mounds, though a little lower, grew nearer to one another. Finally, they formed such a stockade that I could not force my way through. The boy still could, so I passed the packages to him between 2 columns of cement. Then I would squeeze through higher up. This lasted 5 hours, in which time we covered perhaps 300 feet. I saw that we were accomplishing nothing, but I was in a fever. Not a fever exactly, though I had a constant temperature of more than 100 degrees. The climate must affect the brain. I took 5 sticks of dynamite and blew up the mound that stood in our way. We hid behind other mounds after I had lit the fuse. The explosion was muffled, its force went downward, the ground shook, but the other mounds remained standing. Of the one I had blown up, there were only large, crusty fragments, alive with writhing white bodies. Until now we had not harmed one another, but now the battle began. It was impossible to cross the crater made by the explosion. Tens of thousands of termites poured from the pit and spread in a mass like a wave. They felt their way over every inch of the ground. I lit the sulfur, put the tank on my back. You know what the device looks like, what gardeners use to spray shrubbery, or a flamethrower. The acrid smoke burst from a nozzle I held in my hand. I put on a gas mask, gave one to the boy, gave him also boots specially made for the purpose, wrapped in metal netting. In this way we were able to cross. I discharged a stream of smoke which drove off the termites. The ones that didn't retreat perished. In one place I had to use the gasoline, poured it out, and lit it, creating a wall of fire between us and the torrent of termites. Some 300 feet remained to black termitarium. Sleep was out of the question. We sat by the continually belching tank, our flashlights on. What a night! Ever spend 6 hours in a gas mask? No? Try imagining what it's like to keep your face buried in hot rubber. When I wanted to breathe more freely, easing the mask away, I would choke on the smoke, and so the night passed. My voice shivered and shivered. I feared it might be a fever. The new day came, finally. We now had only one can of water left. It could last us, at best, if we drank sparingly, 3 days. It was necessary to return as quickly as possible. The professor stopped, opened his eyes, and gazed at the fireplace. The embers had turned completely gray. The lamp filled the room with a soft green light as it filtered through a sheet of water. We reached the black mound. He raised his hand. Like a bent finger, like this, smooth surfaces of polished, the thing was surrounded by low mounds that were curiously not vertical but inclined toward it, larvae of stone, making a grotesque obeisance. I gathered all my supplies at one point on this circle. It measured some 40 feet around and set to work. I didn't want to destroy the black mound with the dynamite. The moment we entered this arena, the termites ceased appearing. At last it was possible to remove the mask from my face. What a relief! For a few minutes there was not a man on earth happier than I. The indescribable pleasure of breathing freely, and that mound, black, strangely bent, unlike anything I had ever known. Like a madman, I danced and sang, not caring about the drops of sweat that rained from my brow. Poor Ugadu watched, frightened. Perhaps he thought that I was worshipping before an idol, but I sobered quickly. There was little reason for rejoicing. The water was running out, the dried food barely sufficed for 2 days. True, there were the termites. The natives considered them a delicacy, but I could not bring myself to. Hunger, however, he broke off. His eyes glittered. To make a long story short, I knocked down that mound. Old Inafo Tabe had spoken the truth. He leaned forward. His features sharpened. The words came in a rush. There was first a layer of fibers, a material of unusual smoothness and strength inside a central chamber surrounded by a thick coat of termites. Were they termites at all? I had never seen termites like these. Enormous, flat like a hand, covered with silver hairs and having funnel-shaped heads that ended in something resembling antennae. These antennae were all touching a gray object no bigger than my fist. These insects were extremely old, motionless as if made of wood. They did not even attempt to defend themselves. The abdomens pulsed, but when I swept them from the central object, that round, strange thing, they perished instantly. Came apart beneath my fingers like rotten rags. I hadn't the time or the strength to study all this. I took the object from the chamber, locked it in a metal box, and immediately headed back with my Ugadu. I won't go into how I reached the coast. We encountered the red ants. I blessed the moment that I decided to drag back with me the single can of gasoline, if not for the fire. But enough of that. It's a separate story. I'll say only this. At the first stopping place, I examined carefully the thing that I had taken from the black mound. When I cleaned the deposits off of it, it was revealed to be a perfect sphere of a heavy substance that was transparent like glass, but having a much higher index of refraction. And then, there in the jungle, a certain phenomenon manifested itself. At first I paid no heed to it, thinking that I was imagining things, but when I reached the civilization areas on the coast and afterward, I became convinced that it was not my imagination. He sank back into his chair, and almost completely in shadow, his head dark against the brighter background, said, I was plagued by bugs, butterflies, moths, arachnids, hymenoptera, whatever you like. Day and night they followed me in a buzzing cloud, or rather not me, but my baggage. The metal case caisson box that contained the sphere. During the sea voyage, things were a bit better. Applying insecticides intensively, I rid myself of these pests. New ones didn't reappear. There were none on the open sea, but the moment I landed in France it began all over again. The ants were the worst. Wherever I stopped for more than an hour, ants showed up. Red ants, black ants, carpenter ants, pharaoh ants. Large and small, they gathered at the box, engulfed it in a quivering mass, cut, ate through, destroyed all the coverings with which I had packed it, suffocated themselves, perished, ejected acid in an attempt to corrode the steel sides. He broke off. The house we're in now, its isolated situation, all the precautions I take, it's because I am constantly beset by ants. He got up. I conducted experiments. Using a diamond drill, I broke from the sphere a piece no longer than a poppy seed. It exerts the same power of attraction as the entire sphere. I also found that if I surrounded the sphere with a thick jacket of lead, the effect ceased. Rays of some kind? Said the listener in a hoarse voice. As one hypnotized, he stared at the barely visible face of the old scientist. Possibly, I don't know. And you have the sphere? Yes, would you care to see it? The listener jumped to his feet. The professor opened the door for him, returned to the desk for the key, and hurried after his guests down the dim corridor. They entered a narrow cubicle without windows or furniture. In a corner stood a large, old-fashioned safe, under the weak light of the naked bulb on the ceiling. The steel plates had a bluish cast. The professor inserted the key with a sure hand and turned it. With a grating sound of bolts withdrawing, the heavy door opened. He stepped aside. The safe was empty. Oops. That's so odd. I'm trying to do a bookmark. Okay, there we go. We're now on page 105. So we're basically a third of the way. Um, I'm actually feeling like maybe I should rest my voice. Just to be on the safe side, maybe I should. So I think I'll come back after a little while and read more of it. But for now, I'll just stop. Hmm. One thing I noticed, it's like, and I don't know if this is just reading so long, like, there's just like a lot of itching, but that could be allergies. Like, I'm itching like right under my nose. Like this. Actually, I'm itching here too in my head. Yeah, it's probably allergies. Um, but I'm also kind of sleepy. So I think I'll at least just take a nap for a little bit and then I'll come back. I feel like I should wait until it reaches like at least 5 hours and then I'll be like, okay, this is safe to say goodbye now. I don't know why I'm being like picky like that. But I do feel like I should probably take some breaks. Because if I don't, I can end up having like irritated throat. So I'm just going to stop for now and come back after a little while, resting my throat. Goodbye for now. Thank you for listening. I'll read more later. We're a third of the way through.